Um, we are going to begin with our technology study session, and we will get to the governing board business at 7 o'clock. So I'm just going to hand it over to you, Dr. Walter.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining the study session. The study session is entitled Technology Overview and Strategy. And we're expecting this to run for 60 minutes or so. And you will have presentations by two individuals. Ms. Mojda, I'm sorry, could you pronounce your last name for us?
Medizadeh.
Medizadeh will be talking with us about the technology master plan. And okay, got it. The board approved that master plan back in, I believe, April of 2020. And so she'll be here to update us on that. And then Deborah Ludford, who is with us from Cambridge West, will be talking to us about our data integrity and ideas about that. You can see both of their bios in the board agenda item. I won't read all of them to you, but just to say that both of these presenters have had extensive experience in higher education, especially in the California community college systems. And so they're highly qualified to be presenting to us on these topics. And just before they get started, I will turn it back over to President Reese for a brief. Oh, do you want to introduce Dr. Jackson? No?
Yes, would love to. And welcome, Dr. Jackson. Hopefully you had a few minutes to talk to all of our panelists. We will do a formal welcome to you later on, but if you just wanted to say welcome, and we're glad to have you here. And if you want to say a few words.
I do want to just say hello. Some of you have sent me just a private hello. So it's good to be here and looking forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Walter. Shall we move on to our presenters?
Sure, thank you. So we'll start with Mojda, and Mojda, you can walk us through the technology master plan, the process, what the next steps are, and perhaps because you've been working closely with the PeopleSoft, perhaps give an idea of how that's gone forward, and if there are other items that are still left. And of course, Antoine Mehele is here on the panelist list and can provide any facts that are supportive of what you're going to say. And again, we're going to ask you to do about 20 minutes, and we'll allocate the other 40 minutes to Deborah Ludford. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. May I ask for the PowerPoint presentation to be loaded, or would you like for me to share that myself?
Let me see. Sasha, are you able to share that?
I can. Was that the one? It's on the one on Board Docs, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Let me pull it up. And which presentation? I have 4. Is it?
Would you like me to? So it's the Peralta presentation number final report PDF.
4/13/21.
It's
yes.
actually the PowerPoint presentation, which I believe was turned into a PDF.
Yes, it's I'm sorry.
Perfect.
That's correct. It's called Peralta Board Presentation of Final Report.pdf.
Got it. 1 second.
And while you do that, if you don't mind, I understand that we are short on time, and to respect the time of everybody here, I'd like to say good evening, Peralta Board, Chancellor Walter, incoming Chancellor Jackson, as well as really the entire college and district group of leaders. My name is Mojda Medizadeh, and I am actually your neighbor. I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Vice Chancellor for Educational Services and Technology with the Contra Costa Community College District. But for the purposes of this particular engagement, I am representing CBT. Also of note is that I am one of 3 members that was supporting this particular wonderful project. Dr. Sally Montemayor Lenz, who has over 26 years of experience in educational services at the Chancellor's office, as well as extensive experience with the colleges, was one of my partners in this endeavor, as well as Mr. Mike Midkiff, who is the Chief Technology Officer at Monterey Peninsula College. So it was certainly a joint task, but ultimately it is the plan of the Peralta Colleges. And you'll hear more about that as we describe the planning process. So if you could go to the next page, please. Thanks, Sasha. And so tonight, our focus here is to really walk through the planning process and share some of the major highlights. What you see before you is the 5 phases that were involved in the development of that strategic plan, starting with a project kickoff, a series of discovery phases that were identified, including review of a great deal of information, as well as surveys and listening sessions, culminating into the development of the plan, certainly the draft of the plan with continued feedback, and then ultimately this evening with a presentation of the plan to the governing board. Next page, please. So in terms of the first phase, I wanted to share with you that this planning process, as the Chancellor indicated, actually began last April. So April of 2020, we began by having conversations with district leadership, and we re-engaged with district leadership again in August. We actually had an opportunity to meet with the Chancellor's cabinet to go over the project timeline, gain feedback on who should be identified as key stakeholders throughout the colleges and districts. Really heard from your leadership team about the desired outcomes that you're seeking with this particular strategic plan, and then shared kind of an outline to ensure that there is a shared buy-in and understanding of what you are seeking to receive in terms of the report and format. Next slide, please. The second phase was the first part of the discovery. You all had done an incredible amount of work at the Peralta Colleges, and we wanted to ensure that that the incredible work that is highly valued was included in the process for the development of your technology master plan. And so you'll see what's listed here is really a series of documents that you had already generated with incredible buy-in and feedback from your colleges. And we wanted to respect that and ensure that we took the time to review and take out the parts and pieces that were relevant to the district-wide technology master planning process. Next page, please. And then the second part of the discovery was really all about the people. And we had an opportunity to hear back from over 400 individuals across the Peralta Colleges through a survey that was distributed to really learn more about what your challenges and opportunities were, things that were working really well that you wanted to ensure were identified as models that we kept, and then challenges and gaps that were being faced by the Peralta Colleges. So very representative in terms of responses across the colleges as well as the district office, and a series of great responses. You will find the actual details of the responses are included as an appendices to the actual report that is included in your packet as well. And then lastly, but I would say probably most importantly, we engaged in a series of listening sessions in the month of October across all of your colleges as well as the district office. So the dates that you see identified are the dates in which we had those listening sessions. Obviously, they were through Zoom. We had certainly hoped to have been there in person, but that was just not to be. We had excellent responses, actually, in terms of individuals that joined us through the Zoom platform and provided us some excellent feedback. And in the month of November, we actually ended with a focus group of students from across your four colleges, as well as the district office. So really some really great feedback that came directly from the students. And I want to say that the students were, how do I say it, really highly representative from a demographics perspective, from age, gender, ethnic background, as well as their education endeavors, what they were pursuing. So some really, really great feedback was provided by your students directly. So next page, please. And all of that is really what fed the plan itself. Next page, please. And what you see here is an outline of the plan. So the items that you see on the left-hand side, beginning with the executive summary, are really kind of the meat of the plan. So, if you have time to really read, just a sub-portion of the plan, I would certainly say start with a one-page executive summary and then focus on the plan matrix. The plan matrix is a 20-page portion of the plan itself, starting with page 11 and ending on page 31. But it really provides the heart of the plan and really kind of the work that came from members of your colleges in terms of what they are seeking to do over the course of the next 5 years. Next page, please. And then in the development of every plan, it's really important, especially in terms of technology plans, is to articulate and identify a framework to really build the principles around that planning process. And with technology, oftentimes folks focus on the technology itself and miss the notion that technology is really kind of a means to an end. But it really is about people, processes, and structures that help the technology to serve the mission of the college, that actually utilize technology to serve the mission of the college. So in terms of people, it was really all about your students and your employees. That's the focus. In terms of process, it's about the who, who is engaged, what we're doing, why, and how, we are moving forward with, really bringing the plan to life, ultimately. The technology, I will just say, is frankly the easy part. It's the hardware and software, the scheduled maintenance, and ensuring that you have the dedicated ongoing budget. But again, it's really the people and the processes that bring it to life. And then the structure is really where the board provides kind of that policy and the direction by setting the policies, procedures, providing the human resources, the capital that's needed to carry out the plan, and ensuring that there is budgeting that is relevant and ample enough to carry out the plan. That's really the structural element of it, and where the board is frankly key in carrying out the technology master plan. Next slide, please. So again, I shared with you pages 11 to 31, heart of the plan. That is the plan matrix. The plan itself, the matrix is divided into really two parts. And it's organized around your district strategic plan. And when I say aligned and organized, I mean really your district strategic plan is the anchor to the technology master plan. You, within your district strategic plan, identified 5 goals, and specifically goals A through D, as we call them: advancing student access, equity, and success, engaging and leveraging partners, building programs of distinction, strengthening accountability, innovation, and collaboration. Those are things that the Peralta colleges value and have identified as major goals within your strategic plan. And you will see that your technology master plan is very much anchored with those goals in mind. And then goal E of your district strategic plan, which is developing and managing resources, is really embedded throughout the plan, ensuring that it is resourced amply and appropriately. Again, very much a living document, recognizing that the plan needs to be reviewed on an annual basis, evaluated in terms of priorities, and oftentimes changing priorities based on what's happening, within the educational spectrum, and looking at where the Peralta colleges are in terms of how they want to continue to accomplish their district goals and objectives. So very much an ongoing and living document. Next slide, please. These are the specific themes that came out of that plan. This is what we kind of heard over and over again from employees and students across the Peralta colleges. There's a passion for innovation and automation. Communication and transfer of information is key and is a major strategy and theme within the strategic plan. Technology acquisition, adoption, and standardization. So processes around it and how we ensure that we are acquiring, adopting technology that meets the needs of our diverse and changing institutions, and then ensuring we develop standards to carry them out. We also heard that infrastructure and cloud computing are areas of major importance for you and were identified as themes, and certainly relevant in terms of the current and future direction of technology, which you have already taken at heart with the upgrade of your PeopleSoft implementation project. Really wanting to ensure that you have clearly defined IT governance and implementation protocols. That was another theme that came out loud and clear. And then certainly, last but certainly not least, and I want to say we heard this in every single session, employee professional development training and support. When we say employee, certainly your technology staff, absolutely, but beyond that, the individuals that are utilizing the technology to do their functions, to get their job done, need to have regular and ongoing technology development and support. Next slide, please. And then from a policy and kind of oversight perspective, these are some of the areas that came out that I think are really important for the board to continue to ponder upon and provide support to. Which I will just say, certainly completing all the phases of the PeopleSoft Oracle upgrade, a major area and a major area that the board has provided support. Antoine has done a phenomenal job, and I understand it's included in your board packet of really moving the needle and moving forward with your PeopleSoft upgrade. So certainly an area of oversight that's important. developing a mobile-first strategy to support student equity. And again, I'll just share that the fact that you move forward with your PeopleSoft and Oracle upgrade, that was kind of a baseline that you needed in order to move forward with that mobile-first strategy, recognizing that our students, frankly, utilize their mobile devices much more so than really any other form of technology in order to access our resources across our colleges. Conduct process mapping to improve business processes. And if there is one area that I really want to leave you with tonight in terms of your continued support, it is this. What can tend to happen in the world of technology is we think that by plugging in technology and looking for new and innovative technology, we solve problems. And unfortunately, plugging in technology doesn't solve problems. And I like to use the word auto-magical. And what I mean by that is nothing is auto-magical. It is about people and process. And technology supports our processes. And what is really critical is to map our processes and design our implementation of technology in a way that connects with connects the technology with our business process. What can happen is we implement new technology and then we say, let's customize the heck out of it to work like our last piece of technology, which is the business process that we've gotten used to. So I would highly caution you against doing a great deal of customization of your new technology and ensuring that you really get the most bang out of the buck of the new processes that you can implement as a result of functions and features that you now have available to you. And then budget, certainly another area of support from a policy and board perspective, ensuring that there is an annual regular budget for hardware, software, backbone, and classroom upgrades. You know, technology, the life cycle of technology isn't forever. Oftentimes, you know, things are around for about 5 or 7 years, and then they really need to be upgraded, and it's important that there's a regular and consistent budget that's set aside for those refreshes. And then I already shared this with you on need for ongoing professional development, training, and support. Again, that requires an ongoing budget. Next slide, please. And with that, I want to deeply thank you for the privilege of having worked with the incredible folks at the Peralta Colleges. Again, over 120 folks came into those listening sessions. Survey responses were amazing. Chancellor's cabinet provided incredible support and strategy. And Antoine is really the rock that kept it going and really kind of led the process through and through and ensured that we received ample feedback throughout. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that overview, Mojda. And I would like to suggest that we move right into Deborah Ludford's presentation and then see if we have questions towards the end, if that would be okay with you, Deborah. All right. So.
Okay, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. Hopefully it will let me. There we go. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Well, hopefully.
I see it.
Well, thank you very everybody. Anybody doesn't shout out and we'll see if we can help. I first want to thank you for having me. I appreciate the time with the board this evening. to go over the data integrity project. So members of the board, Dr. Walter, Dr. Jackson, how nice to see you again. And looking forward to hopefully a good tenure for you at Peralta. And members of the board, I want to thank you. Cambridge West is, as you know, we're working on a couple of projects with you, but I have been working on the data integrity project with the 4 colleges and district staff. And so tonight, my purpose is to present to you my findings and to really highlight the role I think the board will play in making sure that as you move forward with the data integrity of your institution, that you will understand and appreciate it. The project, to set the stage, the purpose was to examine the data integrity for the data that you already have, look at the processes that are used to collect, store, and report your data with an eye towards student success, an eye towards making sure that we're maximizing the student-centered funding formula and improve decision-making across the district. The key words, of course, here are to optimize student success, maximize funding, and improve decision-making. This project follows along very nicely with what Mojda was discussing, which is process mapping. That's exactly what we accomplished during the project as we looked at the data and the processes around collection and processing of the data. The real reason that we felt at Cambridge West that you have a data integrity issue is before you on the screen. This is based on the 1920 and data, which is the latest data available from the Chancellor's office. And what we noticed is in the student-centered funding formula, the supplemental allocation.
Excuse me, Deborah. Excuse me, Deborah. Can you enlarge it just a bit?
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can.
At the bottom of the screen there on your right, I guess.
Did that work? That's about as big as I can get. Does that work?
That's a little better.
Okay.
That's if that's the best, that's the best. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the best I'm going to be able to do. Is that what we noticed about Peralta is that 41% of your students are eligible to bring in funding for the supplemental allocation, and that's your AB 540, your Pell, and your Promise students. The problem with that is statewide, the average is 61%. And given the demographics of your institution, that doesn't seem to be enough. We feel that you were short on the number of students that you're reporting in those categories for funding. And actually, we did uncover that you do have some issues that need to be addressed to improve that. So, but that was the real starting point of the project and the reason we were concerned about Peralta in terms of the data that you're reporting and the data integrity. So the project itself then was designed to, first of all, review the mandated reporting requirements, your 320 reports, and look at the data mart to see exactly what is showing up once that all of your data has been reported. We reviewed and validated the processes used to create all of the data that is reported, both through the MIS 320 and the IPEDS processes. And then we performed an analysis on all of your systems that are used to collect that data to see if we could find possibly if there are any weaknesses where they are and how they might be resolved. Out of that project, what I'm going to deliver, and I actually have the report ready to present to Dr. Walter tomorrow, the draft form, is process maps of the data sources, the data collection processes, and how the data is manipulated across the storage locations and used in reporting. And so for each area of MIS reporting, we have a process map that shows how that data is collected, stored, processed, and reported. Data maps of all of the detailed data for each of those areas, where we identify who collects the data within the institution, at each campus and at the district, and how it's processed and how it's reported out. We also have developed and will present a data governance policy. And I want to caution the board, the word governance, of course, brings to mind immediately shared governance. Data governance is a little bit different. If you want to think about data governance, what you should think about is if you've ever participated in research, and you know there are institutional review boards that look at the way that you, and the appropriate way to do research on human subjects. A data governance policy is really a policy like that for the data. The rules and how you're going to use that data, and how you're going to share that data, and who has access to that data is what a data governance policy is about. So we have provided in the report an example, and highly recommend that you adopt such a policy for your district. Also, data entry standards we developed for you, and some examples that you can choose from. One of the things is, you've probably heard the term garbage in, garbage out. And if the data is not uniformly and well entered, you will not get good results. And so providing standards for how you will enter the data and how it will be formatted is important, and is also something that should be addressed at Peralta. And then, of course, I've developed a series of recommendations for process improvements in your mandated reporting processes, obviously with an eye towards serving students better through efficiency and effectiveness, and also maximizing your funding through the student-centered funding formula, and of course the 320. So that is the process and deliverables that we embarked upon in the project. It was organized, and this is the really two phases, discovery, which is learning about you, and then design, and trying to help you design the best processes. In the first phase, we first collected data and looked at your reporting processes, and out of that were developed process maps for your MIS data, your data maps, or what we call data dictionary. A lot of people use that term. We did a fit gap analysis to say where are the gaps and where are the issues, and then made some initial findings and recommendations that I have shared with the Chancellor's cabinet and also with the steering team. Then I took those materials, validated them with the staff. All of the data to produce those was done through a series of over 100 interviews. And I then evaluated all of those process maps after they were validated by staff as being accurate, to further refine and come up with proposed processes, refinement of the data map, and of course, new and improved fit gap analysis that led to my final recommendations for improvement. And then, of course, the final phase is I have provided, again, an example data governance policy, data entry standards, and the final report with both the findings and the recommendations. There are 12 overarching recommendations that are really for across the board. And then I also did recommendations in each of the areas within broken down by the MIS groupings, things such as a set of recommendations for admissions and records, for financial aid, for counseling, for curriculum and scheduling, etc. So there'll be detailed recommendations for those areas as well. Keys to the success of this project were the following. One, the board, executive, and management support. And I must say those were tremendous. I got a lot of support from your executive team as well as the line managers in moving forward and having making it themselves available for the interviews and for answering of my many questions. Secondly, district-wide involvement. Peralta needs to in our opinion, needs to focus on data and to change to a culture of data-driven decision-making. It's not an easy thing to do. We're very vested in the way we do things, and looking and making decisions based on the best available data is sometimes hard to switch to. And so we wanted district-wide involvement for a culture change with a focus on data integrity. And we did that through the interview process, fostered by buy-in and developed trust amongst those folks that we interviewed and worked with. The third piece was a strong, well-respected steering team, which I have. It includes members of your executive staff, members of your line staff, and vice presidents from the institutions, as well as some of the folks that are in the trenches doing a lot of the data work on a day-to-day basis. And that team is in a very good position to carry you forward with the findings and recommendations, and to help to carry out those things that need to be changed operationally. Also key was understanding the importance of the work and having a sense of urgency. And I must say that everyone was very generous with their time and very helpful when I needed questions or materials. And the last one, the final key to success, is open-mindedness with regards to change in the culture. As I mentioned, to moving towards a data-driven culture, process and structure. And this remains to be seen. And I'm hoping that under the leadership of the steering team and of your senior management, you'll be able to accomplish some open-mindedness and to embrace some change in the data integrity arena. So just a couple of moments, I shared this with the steering team and really charged them with guiding the project to completion, which they have done, helped to ensure that the resources were available when I needed them, and they were, providing feedback to me on a regular basis, and I got lots of that. And then acting as advocates for the process and the report out to others in the institution regarding the progress, the gaps, the findings, the recommendations. But probably the most important thing for this group is to carry on the work once I leave, and to be the ones who continue forward to address the gaps and recommendations to move forward with improvement of your data integrity. This is probably the key slide for the night, and hopefully you can see it. If not, I understand you have received a copy of it. But there's a very foundational set of principles around which we have found the best institutions that really understand and work well with their data embrace. The first is that continuum in the middle. Very key to understanding it. Number one, you have end users. End users are people who supply you data every day. It could be a student walking into a lab and swiping their card that they're there. It could be a frontline staff entering information into a computer about an appointment. It could be a counseling faculty recording an educational plan. But they create the data. Those are your end users. Then once that data is in those systems, the IT staff are the processors of the data, the custodians, if you will. But they can look at that data all day long and they can't tell you if it's right or wrong. They can tell you it's there. They can tell you if it's a number, if it's supposed to be a number, if it's a number, but they cannot tell you if it's accurate. That is something that is the next group, which are data, what I call the data quality analyst function. That function is a person or group of people who validates the data and the processes on a regular basis before submission to outside agencies to ensure that that data is actually correct and is actually completely accounted for. And it's really important in the MIS arena in particular because your funding is more and more based on it. It started out with financial aid and with the categorical monies being based on that data. Now the student-centered funding formula is based on that data. So it's very important that that data quality function occur. Then you have your institutional research group. They're there to analyze the data and prepare it for management use. And management's job is to use it, analyze it, and use it in decision-making. And the institutions that are the most successful embrace this, put the structure in place to do it, and follow it. Key from your perspective as the board members is to set the strategies based on the data and establish board policy and administrative procedure. Really, you are the policy and strategy that supports all of this work that the staff is doing when it comes to the data in the institution. And as you can see, supporting that continuum is your steering team, data stewards, data users. Those are terms that I've defined in the data governance policy of folks that are responsible and help that data quality function to ensure that the data is as accurate as it can be. And so you have this sort of center, the staff and the governance structure running it operationally. And we have the board of trustees, again, setting the strategy based on what the data that they're provided and establishing your board policies and administrative procedures around data and other items. So just to give you a little bit of an idea, I did 102 plus interviews, and I say plus because I'm still talking to people this week and interviewing folks and going through some of the data. But these are the groups that I worked with: institutional research, of course, your instructional, student services, human resources, and IT departments, all of whom were wonderful and generous with their time. And what was really important in the interviews is I showed them within the interview, each of these groups, where the data that they work with fits in the big picture of all the data that you collect. And many of them did not understand the importance of what they were doing on a day-to-day basis. And I believe that that's the beginning of the culture change. The culture of data is to get them to understand just, you know, even if it's that clerical staff in the counseling office putting in the information about the ed plans and the appointments that they're conducting, they now understand that when that isn't entered, you aren't paid right. So it kind of began to open their eyes to see where they fit in the bigger scheme of things. And that's the beauty of the process and the process mapping. These are the documents I used, of course, your organizational charts, your existing process flow diagrams, and there were some developed specifically out of institutional research. I did review your board policies, procedures, and departmental practices with regards to data collection and reporting that are currently documented. The schedules for your MIS reporting, documentation from applications, like I looked at all of your applications for your various student groups and things like that. Your accreditation self-studies for the 4 institutions, technology plans, of course, and the strategic plans. So I want to start with the things that I found that are very, very, very positive, and you have several of them to be very proud of. First of all, you are, as an institution, you have been very wise about your acquisition of systems. You have not gone out and bought all kinds of different systems and tried to fit them together. You actually are buying systems that are shared across the district on a regular basis. Very few systems are what I would call outliers that are only used at 1 or 2 of your institutions. Mostly you are using the same systems across the district. This is saving you money. This is making you efficient and effective, and most importantly, serving students best. Because when a student goes to do something, they're using the same system no matter which college that they're using it at. And that is a really, really positive thing. You're using common forms for students across the district. So when a student applies for, say, EOPS at one or another college, it's the same application. Has added its own flavor for each of the colleges. In other words, it identifies which one it's for, but they're collecting and recording the same information. Again, a very, very good practice from the student perspective. You're also using common coding in your student services areas. And what I mean by that is you're using and reporting on how you're serving students. And when you're doing that, you're coding them all the same. So there is some really good common structure there in terms of collecting your data in the same way at all 4 of your colleges. Another one I can't say enough good about is your uniform course numbering that you've adopted at Peralta. It's going to serve you well for years and years to come. It's best for your students, and you're using, and I highly recommend that you continue to do that for the benefit of your students. You are unique in the sense that your students do go from campus to campus very easily because of the way that you are very, very consolidated in the Oakland area and Berkeley area. You have, your students go from one institution to another, and the more that you can keep it consistent for them as they do things, the better it is for your students. And finally, your use of the scenic network, which is provided to you by the through funding through the state chancellor's office. You're using that network for increased online usage. And for those of you that may have read my bio, I am a member of I am the chair of the finance committee at Scenic, and there's plenty of bandwidth out there for you to use as you move forward in this online environment and as you move systems more and more to the cloud and use the internet more and more. Again, these are some practices I found that I think you should be very proud of. Here are the areas in general where I found some findings that have caused me to say these are areas that we need some improvement. I did discover that financial aid data is underreported and have found some very specific things that need to be done. Those began with your last reporting period. I want to report that they are currently in place and moving forward. I think your financial aid, that initial slide I showed you, will improve significantly. I also discovered that you may be underreporting information for your VITEA or Perkins funding, and I've made some suggestions as to how to address that moving forward. I do think that a lot of it has to do with the way that your curriculum is coded, and that's a very simple project to undertake and accomplish in the next several months. You do need a data governance policy and structure in place and a data quality function. Those are not evident and are not getting done in a consistent manner. And so I'm recommending that you adopt a data governance policy using the steering team as your group that moves forward with that, and then identifying specific individuals to fulfill that data quality function that I showed you on the continuum. You're doing fine in the end user and IT areas. They're in place. You've got your researchers and your management making data-driven decisions, but you don't have anyone that's focused and coordinated on making sure that that data in the center there is accurate and validated, and that those processes need to be put in place across the district. I do not believe, and I found many examples of your student experience not being optimized. I've made a lot of recommendations in my report about how to do that. And one of the things, and this is right in line with what Mojda was telling you as her #1 item. My #1 item out of here is that you need to process map the student experience, and you need to develop your systems and your processes and place your people in support of the most optimal way to support your students. I think it will serve you well to do that in the long run. I also think that you have some roles and responsibility definitions to take place between the district and the campuses, particularly in those areas where you have both a district unit and campus units that perform similar functions. I think there needs to be clarity for the benefit of your students around that, so that you make sure that the students know who to call. And when they deal with, for instance, the district admissions and records unit versus when they deal with the unit at the campuses, and have some real working relationships ironed out in those particular areas. You need to leverage the PeopleSoft system. There are many modules and many functionalities in that system that you are not currently using that you need to use. You're paying for it. You should use it and use it to the best ability possible. I believe you've embarked on that wholeheartedly with the implementation of the upgrade that was just occurred. And again, I commend Antoine along with Mojda, saying that he's headed in the right direction with that. And there are several other areas that you can leverage once that's in place. It will be very easy for you to use PeopleSoft more extensively. There does need to be a culture change. There's not currently a culture to emphasize data accuracy and usage. Hopefully my presence and my interviews are prompting people to move in that direction and understand how important that data is, all the way up through the organization, clear to the board. You have suffered from staff turnover that has resulted in the loss of a lot of your institutional memory and your process optimization, and a lot of institutional memory walked out the door. And you need to try to shore that up as best you can. My process maps and data maps, what they do is they document all about the data, that you can use those to train new staff and to pass on that knowledge of the processes in these various areas. And so hopefully you've made the first step in that direction with that. There is a lack of trust in the data. And I really think it's because the staff were not fully involved in validating it, and you don't have that data validation function in place. And if the institution moves to do that, I think you'll see tremendous change and a lot of trust and a real culture change towards a data orientation. You do have a lot of manual processes and what I call shadow systems, where because people didn't know how to use PeopleSoft and other tools, they developed their own. There's a lot of Excel spreadsheets out there where you're recording the same data in those that you're recording in your systems of record, and you're constantly reconciling them. And that is a waste of, that's ineffective and inefficient, and that needs to be shored up. And I've pointed those out in my report. And then also data currently is stored in multiple locations, and I'm recommending some consolidation of that. And I know that was also addressed in the technology plan, and I know that steps have already been taken to do that. So those were some of my initial findings. Now, with that said, the board's probably saying, well, where do we go from here, and what's our role? What is it that we can do to move this forward? And so now I'm going to charge you with a few things to participate and help out to make sure that this carries forward well. Number one, understand the board role in data governance and about strategy and policy, and I've described that to you, and hopefully you clearly understand that. Lead a culture of change and tending to the data by using the board decision-making processes to demonstrate how you expect the institution to make data-driven decisions. And so as you ask for data about decisions you make, that will then in turn cause the data to be important, and then it will just carry through. And so your leadership of tending to the data will be key. You need to foster a culture of trust, and with regards to the data, promote leadership and solutions, and don't accept the blame game. The blame game is typically not productive for anyone involved. And so not accepting that it's this reason or that. How do we now move from here to fix it? And promote leadership in the solution of the problem rather than the blaming of the problems. Move the organization towards action. At this point, you've done enough analysis with your tech plan, with this analysis that I've done. You have in front of you what you need to move forward, and now you need to promote action, and you can move the organization forward that way. Focus on optimizing the student experience in all your decision making. When a decision becomes before you, ask, what's the impact on the students, and how is this improving service to students, or how are students benefiting from this decision we're making? I highly recommend you approve and support the technology master plan. It sounds that you may have already done that, and provide the resources for implementation as it moves forward step by step. Once the data governance policy is hashed out, that I've given them a boilerplate to start with by the steering team, approve and support that, and support making sure that the data is a key for the future in your institution. hold the chancellor and in turn the staff accountable and responsible for the implementation of the master plan and the data governance policy, ask that it be done, and ask how it's being done and what's working and what's not. Provide resources for the data quality function and business analysts in the departments to fully leverage the systems and improve the processes. And that I've already mentioned several times about that data quality function needing to be implemented. Support the leveraging of the PeopleSoft system and the other systems that you already have with resources as requested to make them the best they can be. I've worked with a number of systems out there, and PeopleSoft is as good as any of the other major ERP systems out there. It can do the job. It just needs to be configured. And again, I will echo what Mojda said earlier. Avoid customization and use the systems as they've been, as much as you can, as they've been delivered, and work with them in that. It will make your life much easier. And then finally, ask lots and lots of questions about strategy and policy along the way, making sure that everyone that works with you understands that's your focus and you're leading the ship. So with that, I know that's a long laundry list. Hopefully it resonates with all of you. We open it up for discussion and questions.
Thank you for that. That was a lot of information, very, very helpful information that I'm sure we are ruminating on, reflecting. Trustees, do I have any questions from any of my trustees?
And just that.
No? Okay. I have a, I know that Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen, I will jump in when the other trustees are done. Trustee
Sure. It would be great if we could lose the slideshow for a minute, just so I could see everybody. Thank you so much. The pair of presentations was really helpful. I think, we've seen various technology kind of planning maps and so forth. And personally, I found these two presentations to be the most helpful that I've seen. On the first one, what I was looking for was, there was a box for it in the matrix on a lot of these, but then those boxes weren't filled in. And that was timelines and budgets. Who's responsible, what's it going to cost, when's it going to get delivered, so that we could then go back and look and say, okay, well, so we've got some measurement tools, but what I have found over too many years, and Mojda, you've been here a few times to present, so you've seen this, is that we take a step down the road and then we lose that initiative and stuff doesn't get followed up on. So I'm wondering, how do we take the next step on that big technology master plan and then really fill that in? I know Chancellor Walter said the other day that she hates Gantt charts, and I personally like them. I find that they're really helpful in terms of seeing how far along our projects, when are they now late, where are we on budgets and so forth. That's mine. So that's one question. And then the other question, Ms. Ludford, was around the data integrity. You said we don't have we don't have rules about how data is to be kept secure, who has access, et cetera. But we also don't have a set of uniform processes. Is that something that we can import in? It's like we go to Contra Costa, they've got a whole set of processes that are uniform that we could adopt as administrative procedure and then begin to implement? Or is that something that you have to really look at the institution and step by step customize those processes for the institution?
Well, I'm
Those are
going
the
to let
questions.
Mojda go first
you
because
know.
she had the first question.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. So I think what's really important with your technology master plan is the notion that it's a living document. And that really requires that your strategic, that your technology team, that the committee structure that you have in place, that's made up of stakeholders from across your district, review that plan at least on an annual basis, identify those items that are most necessary to complete within the upcoming year. And then at that point, recognizing the resources that really are in play at the colleges, identify the who, the how much, and really take that strategic element of the plan and make it tactical. I think part of our challenge today is that the plan is, again, it's a strategic plan. You've got to ensure that it becomes tactical by identifying what your annual goals are associated with it and carrying it out. And what you'll notice actually is some of those boxes were filled in. And some of those boxes were filled in because you'd actually identified what you want to work on first, right? And frankly, what you may want to work on today and identify for 4 years down the line may change by then. Again, that whole notion of it's a living document. You've done a gap analysis and identified what you need now, but you've got to reevaluate on an annual basis and prioritize and design the tactical elements with the Gantt chart that you just described in order to actually carry out the very specifics of each of the items that you have identified within that planning process.
If I can just follow up real quickly.
Please.
Are the gaps in those matrices that, did those gaps exist because we don't have the resources at this point to do an assessment to then say, well, where do these fit within our priorities? Or have we said, we know those aren't important enough right now and we have more pressing needs. Let's focus on these things. These other things we'll get to, but we know they're not as essential. Is it both of those? One of those?
It's absolutely both of those. So for example, clearly you recognize that you need to move forward with your PeopleSoft upgrade. The completion, the culmination of the work that you're doing with your PeopleSoft upgrade will actually determine how best you could move forward with some of your other strategies. So for example, you've said, we want to take on a mobile first strategy. We want to ensure that our services are very easily accessible to our students through their mobile devices. And you needed to ensure that your PeopleSoft upgrade is complete before you can assess all of the resources that you want to ensure are included within your mobile first strategy. So there are layers that frankly build upon. I will also share with you, we certainly also have resource challenges. I think what Deborah shared with you today in terms of, certainly ensuring that the data quality matters will go hand in hand with the process elements of how you carry out the work that's identified within the various units, obviously of your student support services and such. So there's a real kind of coupling and a head that comes in place when you look at the culmination of the two different planning processes that you heard about today. They really do rely on each other. And as you read the table, the matrix, you'll notice that there are actually a lot of elements within that matrix that rely on business process analysis and ensuring data accuracy.
Thank you.
As for the data integrity, the pieces that I'm going to deliver to you establish the foundation for you to move forward. And at the end of my report is actually a summary of tasks in priority order that if you execute and you follow through on the execution and hold the chancellor and staff accountable as a board to move forward with those, I believe you'll be on a great path to ensure that your data integrity is improved and stays that way. And the key things to look at in the number, obviously solve the financial, the two financial, the VITA and the financial aid areas. That's already well underway. Mapping of your student processes, from my understanding, that's well on the way. Siri, I believe, is leading an effort to move forward with that. Many of these have already started because remember, I shared these with them and they've known about them for a while and they've been moving on many of them. And just to carry out what's been put before you tonight, and my recommendation is possibly an annual update on both of these to the board. And and asking, okay, where are we and how are we moving forward would be a great mechanism for you to lead and show leadership on the execution of improving your data integrity and executing your technology plan.
Thank you. And Chancellor, if the board could get a copy of that full report with recommendations, I think that would be helpful. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I have several questions, actually. I have quite a few questions, but I'm just going to whittle it down to 4. Data, so most of these questions are to Deborah, if you can respond to them, and if not at this moment, maybe to just kind of come back to us with those responses. The data inaccuracies that you were talking about, the BTA and the financial aid, for example. So in your findings, were those inaccuracies because they were not being entered, or because they were entered wrong, or technological process failures? And so I guess
a combination. It was a combination. And I've actually laid out 4 areas immediate. Some of them, for instance, you were not collecting your summer data appropriately. And that has already been resolved. That was done in your last financial aid submission. So you should see improvement there. The second area was some of the ways that you're processing it that can be improved. And I've given the staff some contacts at another PeopleSoft institution that is processing the data up maybe a little bit better in the financial aid area in particular, and told them to work with them to use those processes and actually code for the system to be able to do it. What is probably the biggest culprit for all of you in the financial aid area is the fact that your students swirl, and you have to report the students where they take the classes. And the system is set up to only report the student for financial aid where they applied. And so there's a syncing process that can be adopted to address that. And I believe that process is well on its way to being implemented. So those items, yes, some were processing issues. I don't believe they were data entry issues. I wouldn't call it that. I think it was more the processing and the reporting and fine tuning those that will improve it.
Great, thank you. And related to that, one of the things that this district historically has certainly done is that it has invested tens of millions of dollars into technological infrastructure and resources. But I think, and I believe my trustees, my colleagues would agree, and they've been here for much longer than I have for sure, is that even at this particular point, even after all of those investments, the technological infrastructure has yet to give great benefit to the district. And so for us, the problem that we thought it was, and it maybe still is holding Oracle accountable, right? Are the implementations being done correctly? Are they being done well? So I guess in your findings, because I'm hearing both of you say that we need to continue to put forth resources, we need to continually update, but that's what the district has done. it has continually put forth resources, and it has continually not stood in the way of updates, and yet it is still not where it needs to be for the students and for the district. So where's the fail? What is going on here? Help us out. And I don't know if you were able to find that in your discovery process.
Well, I don't think you're at fail in terms of your technology. I think your technology is solid. I think it is the processes around use of the technology that need to be improved. It's not the technology itself. You have the infrastructure you need in place. You have the systems that can process the data the way it needs to be. And now you need to examine the processes around it. Both Mojda and I have told you that, the same thing in different ways. Hers through the technology plan and mine focusing on data is mapping those processes and optimizing them. And that is how you will leverage and get the benefit. Oracle doesn't do that for you and never will. That is something that needs to be within the institution. And that's what I'm talking about, a culture change of focusing on the data and focusing on the systems and using them to the best abilities that you can. And I believe you have the staff to do that. And I think as staff becomes more aware of how important this is, for instance, my process and data map should be annually reviewed just to refresh everyone's memory and to update them and keep them moving forward and continually look for ways to improve. That's what continuous process improvement's about. That's what, accreditation pushes you in that same direction. That's exactly what you need to do. And you need to focus on those things and make sure that you're doing those on a regular, consistent basis. Okay. One of the things I always recommend to clients is, now that I've delivered these documents, now you have training sessions around those documents, how to read them, how to use them, how to maintain them over time. And you train the staff so that as you have a new employee, you take the process map for the area they work in and show them how everything works and say, and here's where you fit and here's what you do. And here's the data that you are creating and why it's important. And as you do that, staff really want to do the right thing. They want to maximize your funding just like all of you do. And so you just give them the tool. And to me, the key to fixing almost all of the issues that I discovered is examining and improving your processes around using the systems. You have the foundation in place. Now you need to build upon it.
Thank you.
Mojda, you want to join in, please feel free.
I think you said it beautifully. And the way that I described it was a whole notion of people, process, and technology, right? So we've got to get the people and process in place to utilize the technology well.
I'll save my couple other questions after Trustee Handy. And is there one other individual? Okay, go ahead. Trustee Handy.
Trying to get this computer unmuted. Thank you, Mojda. It's great to see you, and Debbie, thank you. I'm really pleased with your presentation, but I just wanted to say to Cindy, we're talking about two different things here. The data integrity. We're buying a product for technology, and the output of that product is the data integrity that you should be receiving. That is not the same as the operational piece. That's not the same as the implementation of the systems that are going to give us the materials. We also have to look at the training. As I said, the training, once those systems are implemented and working, then we have to look at the training to make sure that people are able to use it. Our failure has been in the training, but actually the failures have been in not getting what we've been paying for, not having the continuity of people in the position to take our project from beginning to end. So right now we have an implementation. We don't really know what it could do, or if we're utilizing it, or if we've gotten what we paid for. That's very different than the things that are actually working and the data that we want for. So it's like, okay, you buy a car, but does it drive? If it drives, it'll take you to your destination, and the destination part is great. But it's getting it to move and getting the car customized so that it will meet your needs that we still have to work on. But these are things that we have paid for and hopefully should be moving through the processes. We just don't have the timelines. We don't have the clarity of, are they giving us what we thought we were paying for? So the more that we can stay on top of the operational piece of it and the implementation of the different processes, then the more that we can benefit, which is the whole purpose of doing this in the first place, is because we need these processes.
Absolutely.
That's why we all agreed to do that $6 million, because we knew that finance and all the other departments, we knew that we needed those, but those things are still not on track. That's a different discussion. This is like apples and oranges. But hopefully when we get our apples and oranges in the same bowl, then everything will work smoothly.
So to follow that then, maybe just a clarifying question, one clarifying question, and then one completely separate question. You've done a deeper dive, and so you've been able to see the systems. And so from the systems that you've been able to see, things are working, at least from this Oracle upgrade thus far, in an okay fashion. Because what I'm hearing is that it's the people, it's the processes, it's the training, it's allowing them to dovetail. But in order to get to that point, you needed to dive a little bit more deeply into the technological infrastructure. So thus far, that seems to be fundamentally, foundationally in a good place. And we need to just continue in that direction, right? Okay.
I would agree.
Right. So far that I have clarity there. And then the second question, or the last question, is really just that data validation that you were talking about. That is that a position, or is that a particular type of skill set, or is a subgroup of our IT, should they be doing that?
Okay, so you'll notice on the continuum, it was not IT and it was not institutional research.
Right.
It is really, and it can be housed in either of those departments. It can be one or more people, but it needs to occur for every area of reporting. Your financial aid people need to be able to review the data before it's submitted to make sure it's accurate. You need someone, and it's really a coordinator or a coordinating function to look at it. Have we captured all our EOPS students? Have we captured all those financial aid students and reported them properly? And if you start the audit process early in the semester and you look at the data continuously, and again, this is about process, the process of review was missing in many, many of the areas I looked at. They weren't seeing, the people were not in the departments were not seeing the data until it was too late to fix it. And so you have a continuous, and so I'm recommending that. And I know that the institutional research group who does the reporting function has developed and started to develop and roll out and train people on exactly that function. It's happening already. And what I have seen, there are units that are, for instance, I'll pick on EOPS. I do know EOPS has reporting structures available to them to be able to look at throughout the semester to make sure that we're tracking and we've got all of those students properly recording. There's a few other things that need to be fixed, but as you do that, that function will happen. So it can be a group of people, it can be one group coordinating it, like institutional research but they're going to use people throughout the organization to validate that data. You want your end users to help you validate it. That creates trust, that creates buy-in, that creates confidence in the data, because they know, hey, I've had a chance to look at it and make sure it's right. And that loop was not closed. Wasn't happening completely in some departments. For instance, I'll tell you, your curriculum departments already doing that and have been for a long time. You just need to expand that out to some of the other areas. And I believe that has been embraced and is in process at this point. And so I do believe that you have a plan for that. I just think you need to codify that, operationally, the institution needs to codify who and where and when is responsible for each of those. My data map does have in it, identifies which departments are responsible for which pieces of data, and they validated that they will take responsibility. So we're already well on our way on that front. Does that help?
Fantastic. Yes, very much so. I think we're good. Linda, is that a residual hand or a latent hand? Okay. All right. I don't see any more comments from our trustees. Thank you both very much. This was very, very helpful.
It's been a real pleasure, and thank you for the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun, and I've really enjoyed working with you. Have a great group of people there at Peralta, and I wish you the best, and hopefully I've made a mark to help you be better.
Thank you both. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Talk to you later. All right.
All righty. Okay, so let us go to our governing board meeting. Let's call the meeting to order at 7:24. And Interim Chancellor Walter, would you like to lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. It'll be my pleasure.
Thank you.
Wait, we'll wait for the flag to magically appear. I don't have it to share. Oh, there it goes. All right, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Madam Board Clerk, roll call, please.
Student trustee Urani.
Here.
Trustee Withrow.
Here.
Trustee Jenkins.
Here.
Trustee Handy.
Here.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Here.
Trustee Bonilla. Trustee Bonilla.
Here.
There we go. Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
I'm right here.
Trustee Napoli Abella Reese.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's move on to 3.4. As per usual, I will start off and read the affirmation of the statement of cooperation to prepare the framework for our meeting tonight and at every meeting. We, the Peralta Community College District Board of Trustees, commit to the following in our efforts to help students reach their educational goals. Number one, we agree to listen and seek to understand others and opposing viewpoints with expectation of good intentions and a deep commitment to the district students. Number two, we commit to being prepared for each meeting and to work within our established communication protocols when we seek additional information. Members will review the agenda in advance of each meeting and adhere to board policy 2340 for adding items to the agenda. Number three, we have reviewed the board's code of ethics and commit to reviewing it annually at our organizational meeting to remind ourselves of the behavior we are to exhibit and the guidelines we are to follow in our role. Number four, if the code of ethics is violated, we commit to follow the process stated in the code and will first address concerns informally to settle disagreements one-on-one between and among members before moving to the formal process. Number five, we agree that from time to time, the chair will remind members of appropriate behavior and call for a recess or redirect members if they stray from the topic of discussion. Number six, we collectively recognize that it is within the duties and authority of the chair to render decisions or take actions to keep our meetings on track in adherence to board policy. Number seven, we will strive to fulfill the vision we established for ourselves. And lastly, number eight, we will model the behavior we want others to exhibit. And then 3.5 is our proclamation. Board Clerk, could you possibly post that up? so that it could be read. And you know what I'm going to do? It's very long. Vice President Gonzalez UN, do you want to go for it? Because I just did our cooperation statement.
Thank you. Rather than reading the entire thing, I think what I'd like to do is simply express the sentiment of the proclamation as opposed to the formality. This is a proclamation and appreciation for our outgoing interim chancellor. Dr. Walter, you stepped into a really challenging job at a really challenging time. And with no warning, managed to take the reins and not let the stallions run off all by themselves. You managed to harness the best energies of this district in a way that moved us forward in a remarkable way. The demands put on you were stressful and challenging, and I don't think anybody could possibly meet all of the demands that this district calls for, but I think you did an extraordinary job under conditions that I don't think anybody would wish on any district, for friend or foe. On behalf of the board, I believe I can say really fully, we greatly appreciate your work and thank you and wish you the best of fortune as you move forward into whatever awaits you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those kind words. Thank you. And thank you to all of the trustees. We have had some very close times together. I'm very proud to have been working with you over these last months.
Thank you, Dr. Walter. All right, it's back to you again, Vice President Gonzalez UN. Report of action taken in closed session.
I do not believe we have a report out from closed session. There was no reportable action in closed session, as I understand it. And Natasha Sani will correct me if I'm wrong on that matter and provide me with an appropriate readout.
Yeah,
Right.
you're correct, trustee. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Then let's go on to 3.6, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion?
So move.
Second?
These are the minutes, right?
These are the minutes, correct.
Don't forget 3.6.
What was my 3.6?
Sorry, 3.7, which is the agenda.
3.6 is the agenda.
Right, that's afterwards. So 3.6 right now is the approval of the minutes, correct?
No, that's 3.8 actually.
Oh yeah. Okay, so let us move to the approval of the agenda first.
Madam President, would like to move that we remove 4.6 from the agenda.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Good. Do any other items need to be removed?
Is that a removal or removement, or is that removed for discussion?
Removal.
Removal from the agenda. I was going to actually do it as well, but Trustee Withrow beat me to it. So we will return to that. There are a few questions that need to be answered. And so once those questions are answered and responded to, we will bring it back to the agenda. But for tonight, we are going to remove 4.6. Okay. Any other items from the agenda that need to be moved, tabled, or brought into action?
Move the balance.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Excellent. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Uroni,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Pope,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Abella Reese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move to the approval of the minutes, 3.8. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow, Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen, roll call, please.
Student trustee Uroni,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Abstention?
trustee Gonzalez-Yuen,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Abella Reese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 3.9, Associated Student Government Reports. Do we have any student leaders in the house, in the room?
Yes, we do. I'm going to go ahead and move over Natalie Rodriguez.
Do we have just one, Sasha, or do we have any more?
We also have Liam's, let's see here. Liam Zoo. That's all I have. I have two.
Great, thank you. Natalie, are you available? You in the room?
Hi, yes. I messed up on the link, so our director was able to share her link with me. So, but I, Lauren Wallace, will be presenting today. So, good evening, Madam President and the members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Lauren Wallace and I am a senator. I will be providing a report on the behalf of ASCOA. So in regards to commencement, we have a new program that we will be using to celebrate the class of 2021. It will have social media filters and a social wall where the entire community can come together and celebrate the graduates. We hope that the members of the board are able to join us in the celebration of this unusual COVID graduation. ASCOA events, we have a talent show coming up on April 22nd, 2021, and we are very excited to showcase our community's talents. We are working to reach out to guest speakers for our Cinco de Mayo event, and elections are currently happening and we are encouraging students to vote. Other updates, we, the senators, learned a lot from the SSCCC General Assembly. Between the two of us, we attended workshops entitled Introduction to Parliamentary Procedure, Empowering Student Voices Through Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the Local Level, and Reopening Healthy and Safe Smoke and Tobacco-Free Community Colleges. We will be extending demystifying student government workshops, and they will continue every Wednesday from 10 to 11, and then again from 11 to 12. We hope that anyone who is interested in making COA a better place or just to learn about what it means to be on the Senate will join us. Thank you so much for listening and have a great evening.
Thank you, Lauren, for that update. Let's move to Liam Zhu.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
We can, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, President Reese, members of the board, Dr. Walter, and guests. While ASBCC has decided to not include the AC Transit Easy Pass referendum this election cycle, just last Thursday, we approved $5,600 in funding to offer loaded clipper cards to 200 students in the near future. The funding will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis, with priority given to students with an expected family contribution of less than $5,000. The funding is currently processing and will provide logistical updates in the upcoming weeks. The ASBCC elections are officially open today and extend into tomorrow. Students can head on over to the ASBCC webpage to complete their ballots, which also includes constitutional propositions and student trustee candidates. And now on to student activities. There will be a Team ASBCC First Team Student Ambassadors Codenames match on Thursday, the 22nd. All students are welcome to join us, pick a side, and lead us to victory. The students will also hold 2 workshops as well. The first being the Peralta Campus Solution Workshop that is recurring on the 14th, the 21st, and 28th. And this is to help students navigate the new enrollment system, replacing a passport. And for a second workshop, we have paired with the American Association of the University Women of Berkeley to celebrate the community college experience. So there will be a panel of elected officials who will share their path from community college to running for office and public service. You're invited to join us at this panel on Friday, the 23rd. And finally, we're now in the process of planning some projects for May, which is the AAPI Heritage Month. So be on the lookout for all these events, and I'll thank you for listening to my report.
Great. Thank you, Liam, for that update. Let's move on to 3.10, Peralta Classified Senate Report. Terrence, are you available?
You should be there.
It's the phone number.
Oh, I know, but it's not giving me, it is not letting me move him over.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right then. Good evening, President Reese, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Walters, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have one classified Senate campus report. The report comes from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The BCC Classified Senate welcomed Associate Dean De Muchas Flores, who provided a presentation on the Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds, aka HERF 2 funding. There are still some questions on how the money will be spent and accountability. BCC President Garcia is working closely with the classified and academic senates to ensure transparency. The Senate is also looking forward to receiving the BCC classified staff COVID-19 impact survey. The Senate officers would like to thank President Garcia, Vice President Student Services Shears, and Associate Dean De Muchas Flores for including the BCC Senate officers in the discussion prior to distribution to classified staff. And finally, professional development funding will be available soon to classified staff at BCC. And it is important that the funding be distributed to the colleges for expenditure. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you, Terrence, for that. Let's move on to 3.11, District Academic Senate Report. Donald, are you available?
Yes. Good evening, President Reese, members of the board, Chancellor Walters, and presidents, and all of the people who are here today. We're coming up with about 6 more weeks to go for this semester, and everybody is knee-deep in working on studying, our face-to-face students who are doing it, and our online students who are working. And we are going into, we're doing our prioritization for signing up for classes for the summer and for fall. And I hope that we could get more students coming, and I hope we could do more marketing to try to get more students. Wanted to take this moment to thank Dr. Walters for her work. I could clearly remember when she came here last spring as the new Vice Chancellor of Finance, and interacting with her on our various committees, that I really appreciated her work and her support of trying to provide her experience and her her transparency in terms of working. And then when she transferred over or transitioned over to the acting and then interim chancellor, she has always been very forthcoming in terms of hearing the concerns or issues that we faculty have had. And I want to thank her for her work and her willingness to come to even a district academic senate meeting. Those are all much appreciated. And I hope that wherever she is going, that she could enjoy the well wishes of all of us, because she's done a Herculean job in this short amount of time. So thank you very much. I also wanted to take this moment to welcome Dr. Jackson. I look forward to working with Dr. Jackson, and our Senates look forward to working with Dr. Jackson. We know who she is. We've experienced with her when she was the vice president of the BPI over at COA, and then as president of COA. So for those of us who've been around, we know Dr. Jackson, and we really look forward to it. Our Senate presidents were able to meet with Dr. Jackson earlier today, and we're really, really excited about as we move forward. There's a lot to do. We are in the process of trying to address and see what's going on with ACCJC and the issues that they have with some of the systemic issues at the district. And I know and I feel confident that we're going to address those issues as we get them. I know that anything to do with accreditation is a continual process. So we all need to just continue to do what we need to. I want to take note of the fact that over the last 4 years, almost 5 years now, in various positions I had in the Senate, I have seen the work, the tremendous work that finance has done and have continued to do. And even though I all the time kid a deal, I know that they have really, really made a commitment to clean up a lot of the issues that finance has. And I know that they will continue to do so. So I want to applaud them for doing that. And I think while we're having little bumps with our new upgrade of our IT platform, PeopleSoft, I think that things are moving along and students are registering. And so let's see how it goes with the mobile aspect of it. So as we get feedback from students as they're doing it. This month, the State Chancellor's Office and the community colleges are celebrating our DEI month in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I want to note that our District Academic Senate passed a resolution last Tuesday to denounce the anti-Asian American Pacific Islander AAPI racism, and that we really, really felt strongly to do so because within our district, we have a high percentage of AAPI folks, and we condemn any types of violence or any types of racism against them. And these issues around violence and race continue to come up, and we all know what recently happened in Minnesota again. I was struck by the comments made by the police chief there. I guess he's resigned now, but when he says that the officer was trying to get her taser, it just reminded me all over again about Oscar Grant and our issues here that we had with this notion of a taser and a gun gets pulled out and a bullet ends the life of somebody. So I think in light of that, I want to reiterate my support and appreciation of the Board of Trustees in terms of trying to look at some alternative in terms of our security processes. And I know that we have been diligently working on those, and I commend the faculty, staff, and students who have been involved with advocating for that. And I do think that in this month that we are trying to be more equitable and more inclusive, trying to have a system that really responds to our students is something that we all should look forward to. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Let's move on to 3.12, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen. I'm going to hand that over to you.
Thank you. We have about 10 speakers in the public comment section, and I believe PFT President Jennifer Shanosky is first up. So if we can pull you away from your baking and your attention to your children, Dr. Shanosky, you are up. And if you haven't followed the baking, it's pretty spectacular.
I started a new cookbook today, Nikki. I'm baking my way through 2 cookbooks, so anyone that wants treats, please take them away. All right, this doesn't count for my time, Sasha. This was off the clock. Good evening, thank you so much. I'd like to start tonight by commenting a couple of the informational items that are going to be presented to you shortly. First, I see the reporting of CARES Act funding, and I see in this reporting that there's more than $24 million available. And the first allowable expense listed by our district is costs related to significant changes to the delivery of instruction due to the coronavirus. I will remind the board that most faculty have involuntarily had to shift all of their classes to remote delivery. This is no small feat. It happened last spring, it happened in the fall, and it had to happen again this spring. With a full schedule of classes, this work isn't just done once and forgotten. Different classes are offered, and so different classes have to be transitioned each semester. Should faculty do all of this extra work for free when clearly there's funding to pay them? Since certain members of this board have expressed a hesitancy to provide funding to faculty who have undertaken this work, I thought it important to highlight this part of tonight's report. Again, $24 million in emergency funding is available and should be used, at least in part, to offset the costs related to significant changes in the delivery of instruction. And this doesn't even take into account that contract language currently mandates payment for course conversions for faculty. The next item that I see on your agenda tonight is a parcel tax report. And I just want to commend the district. I am so happy to see that the bulk of parcel tax dollars are being spent on classes. And we can actually see which classes are being funded with the funds generously provided by our community. This is amazing, and it's a first. I hope that this represents our future spending and not simply a temporary accounting that's the result of emergency exceptions to the 50% law. And since we're now able to separate out the classes funded by parcel tax dollars, can we also readjust our productivity calculations to remove these FTEF from the total funded by our general fund dollars? After all, the purpose of the parcel tax was to offer more classes despite lower funding from the state. I'd like to close with gratitude for incoming Chancellor Jackson and outgoing Chancellor Walter. Chancellor Jackson, welcome back to Peralta. PFT looks forward to partnering with you as we navigate the next few months of continued accreditation scrutiny, threats of a state takeover, and this seemingly never-ending pandemic. Thank you for coming back and offering your guidance in all of these areas. My COA colleagues speak very highly of you, as President Moore just expressed, and I'm really excited to get to know you myself. Chancellor Walter, I've already expressed my gratitude to you, and I'd like to thank you again for your service, commitment, and focus. You led us through some really difficult times, and your work has been so impactful. Item 9.4 on tonight's agenda, which finally secures part-time parity, is just one testament to this. 2/3 of our faculty workforce are part-time, and this agreement finally honors their work by simply paying them equal rates for equal work. This agreement and your commitment to making it a reality will be remembered far into the future. Thank you. Thanks, Asha. Good night.
Trustee Ewan,
Mute.
VP Ewan, I think you're muted.
Muted.
VP Ewan.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was finding my list. The next public speaker is Kimberly King, followed by Derek Ross and Oscar Porter. Dr. King, are you with us? There we are.
Oh, hi. Okay. Greetings. Greetings, Board of Trustees. Welcome to our new Chancellor, Dr. Jackson, and greetings to all the representatives of students, faculty, and staff here today. I'm Kimberly King, Psychology Faculty and Umoja Coordinator at Laney College and member of the Black Minds Matter group at Peralta, a group of faculty, students, staff, and community working to eliminate policing options on our campus and replacing it with restorative justice. Peralta is part of the transformational motion in this country against police terror and violence, and for using public funds to meet important community needs like mental health and housing. As another 20-year-old Black man was killed 10 miles away from where the trial of the murder of George Floyd is taking place, we at Peralta have the chance to continue to follow through with our historic move to implement a holistic, non-policing restorative justice approach to safety on our campuses. The Black Minds Matter group, which advocates for services and protection from police harm for all students and community, compiled a holistic safety plan that has been endorsed by the Student Senate at Laney College, the Peralta District Academic Senate, and all 4 faculty senates. We want to thank the board again for their historic vote to terminate the contract with the sheriffs. We want to thank Dr. Siri Brown for moving forward with creating 4 new transformative justice mental health positions. But we are concerned that there's still no participatory governance process to get input from the campuses on the new safety plan. We're concerned that most people on the campuses still don't know what's going on. There's been very little communication. We're also concerned that we don't really know what's going on with the hiring of the restorative justice safety firms, Community Ready Corps and Zulu Security. The CARES funding that Dr. Shinosky mentioned could also be used for more mental health services. We have about 1/3 the number of therapists we should have for the number of students we have in Peralta, and also for training in restorative justice. We urge the board and the district to continue to move forward and fulfill the potential of the work that was begun last summer and even before last summer. The movement allowed the work that had been in process to really take place, but we have to keep moving forward, and Black Minds Matter remains ready to support you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next public speaker is Derek Ross, followed by Oscar Porter, and then Deborah Weintraub.
So I do not have, I have a Thomas Renbarger. That's all I have on here. I don't have anybody else. Lowell Bennett. don't have the
Then
other
let's go
people.
down to Thomas Renberger, if that is who is in the room.
He has been
And-
moved over.
Right. Mr. Renberger, you are up. I do see Deborah Weintraub as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me? Because I'm muted there.
Yes, you're all good to go.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez Hewitt. So thank you. Greetings to the Board of Trustees and all the assembled members of the various constituencies here. I would just like to say, I think echoing the statements of DAS President Moore and Union President Shinosky, just give my thanks to outgoing Chancellor Walter for everything that she's done in her capacity as interim chancellor. And one of the things, I guess, specific to Merritt College, and perhaps Dr. Johnson will also be addressing this as well, but when I first became academic senate president, there were only 4 administrators at Merritt College. So we were kind of dangerously under-administered, and we are now on the verge of having a full complement of administrators. And I know sometimes faculty complain about there being too many administrators, but I think in the case of Merritt College, the reverse was the case. And so I just wanted to thank the board and the chancellor for the commitment to make sure that the ranks of the administrators have been filled out. And then I would also like to echo Union President Shinosky's thanks to Chancellor Walter on the issue of part-time parity. This is an issue that I know that she's backed for a long time, and I think a lot of people have backed it. And so just the fact that it has happened, I think is a great testament to your leadership, Chancellor Walter. So, and I wish you the best for whatever comes next for you. And then I also wanted to say I was favorably impressed with my first meeting with Dr. Jackson. So as Dr. Moore said, the Senate presidents met with her earlier this afternoon, and it's still 2 days before she's on the clock, so to speak. So I was favorably impressed by her commitment and her energy and her attitude, and I hope to get to know her better. I think I was probably the one person in the meeting who didn't know her all that well, and hopefully for as long as she's here, she can continue in that vein that Chancellor Walter has comported herself as chancellor. Thank you, and that's the end of my statement.
Thank you very much. If Derek Ross or Oscar Porter are in, just send me a message on chat. And otherwise, we will go to Deborah Weintraub. Welcome back, former President Weintraub. It's nice to see you here, and thank you for your ongoing service to the district. You've got time for public comment, please.
Well, I think there might have been a mistake because I'm going to do a presentation about the parcel tax from the committee, and so maybe somehow, and
Okay.
Oscar is going to be will be joining me then. So I'll silence myself until then.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you. Is Lowell Bennett, Lauren Wallace, Natalie Rodriguez, and I guess we already heard from Liam Zhu.
Yeah, I just moved over Lowell.
Okay, great. Lowell Bennett, you are up.
I'll pass. I'll cede my time, except to add my thanks to Chancellor Walter for her leadership during the past year. So we really appreciate her leadership style of inclusion and are grateful for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. Sasha, is there anyone else who had signed up for public comment who is now present? Okay.
No, sir.
President Napoli Abella Reese, I believe that is it for public comment. I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you for that. Let's move to 3.13, Chancellor's reports. Dr. Walter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am looking at my screen because we may have a bit of we do not. Okay, great. So we're going to start and go in our usual order, and we'll have Dr. Angelica Garcia give her report for Berkeley City College. Thank you. Dr. Garcia?
Great, thank you. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Interim Chancellor Walter, incoming Interim Chancellor Dr. Jackson, fellow colleagues and community members. I'd like to provide a few remarks to augment the written BCC submitted report. Earlier this evening, ASBCC President Liam Zhu provided some updates related to what's going on around campus for students at BCC. One item that I'd like to highlight is that for the next 3 Fridays, on the 14th, 21st, and the 28th, from 1:30 to 2 p.m., student ambassadors will be hosting a campus solutions workshop. I'm so proud of their leadership and for the ways in which they provide highly engaging and hands-on workshops for students. They are providing these sessions so that as we continue our technology platform transition, students are getting real-time support, and for their leadership in that, I'm incredibly grateful. I also want to take a moment to just thank our general student workforce. You know, we've spent a lot of time acknowledging and thanking faculty and classified professionals and the ways in which many of us who work for this district and the college have done our part to convert to an online environment. And student employees are a part of that. Their work and their leadership to support us as we transition to an online environment really helped us address the academic, socio-emotional, recreational, and technology support of their peers. So I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all of the student employees at Berkeley City College and throughout the district. As an accreditation update, Berkeley City College last week, along with my sister colleges, we received a letter from our site team chair. So for Berkeley City College, Dr. Curry submitted to me as the president a confidential draft report of the site visit. Currently in consultation with the executive cabinet, we're in the midst of reviewing the report for matters of errors of fact. Berkeley City College will be submitting that communication by tomorrow, meeting the deadline. And just as a reminder to all of us here that the final report and the commission's decision on the college's accreditation status will be communicated after their June meeting. In many of the discussions that I've had with various constituency groups, everyone's really anxious to learn what exactly is entailed in the report, and per the accreditation process, that final report will be released after June. As shared earlier by the classified Senate report, I wanted to augment the work that we're doing for data-informed decision-making. BCC has administered a set of comprehensive surveys to students, faculty, and classified professionals so that we can learn of their experiences and the impact that COVID-19 and converting onto the online format has impacted on them now a year later. The surveys were developed and provided with input from different constituency leadership groups members. And so the student survey is out. The classified professional survey should be coming out later this week, as well as that of the faculty. Ideally, the findings of the surveys will provide both insight and direction to address the ongoing needs of our college community, and also help to inform our use of future higher education emergency relief funds, known as HERF. Also to inform our return to campus operational plans and ongoing technology needs. So we're very excited for this comprehensive survey. And I did share with the community about a month ago that we were going to have a lot of surveys, but really to get as much data as we could to inform our decisions. Also want to take a moment to recognize a leader among her peers. Andrea Williams is the director of the Career Transfer Center at BCC. And at the Transfer Director Summit, she provided a workshop titled Implicit Bias in Transfer Support and Developing Equitable Practices for Disproportionately Impacted Students. We're proud of the work and support that BCC does to support students for transfer, and Andrea is an example of how our network across the statewide system tries to bring out the very best of what we're seeing across our colleges. Our efforts and practices are also going to be highlighted in next week's Black Student Success Week during the ATD Journey for African American Students. And really, we have this opportunity to be seen as a thought leader around issues of transfer. And I recently had the opportunity to attend 2 key stakeholder sessions for AB 928, sponsored by Senator Berman. And really, the broad discussion is how do we continue to provide seamless transfer pathways from the community colleges to both the CSU and UC systems. And I would like to take a moment to just take a personal point of privilege to really address COVID-19. Currently in the state of California, we have over 3.6 million cases. We have just over 59,000 deaths, and really the virus is killing our communities. And I'd like to humbly ask that we hold that context, that students, colleagues, and the community are deeply impacted by coronavirus. I had the unfortunate misgiving that we've now had a 3rd family member in my family who has died due to the virus, and really continues to serve as a reminder how Black and Brown communities are often the ones that are suffering because of previous systems, because of the healthcare system and the way that low-income communities are not often well-resourced. And so I share that because I'm proud to work at both a college and a district that recognizes this reality when we work with students and with one another. And as we continue to prepare for our return to campus, it's not lost on me that people are concerned and afraid. And I really look forward to continuing our work across the district to ensure the health and safety of our colleagues when they return. And just in closing, I'd like to take a moment to thank Dr. Walter for her leadership and service as interim chancellor. It certainly has been an eventful several months, and it has been a pleasure to work with you. And I'm also eagerly excited to work with Dr. Jackson. So Dr. Jackson, welcome back, and look forward to supporting you in your leadership as we all serve our students. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia, and I particularly appreciate your comments relative to the disparate impact that COVID-19 is having on communities of color and impoverished areas right around our house, if you will. So thank you. Okay, our next speaker for our president's reports will be Dr. Nathaniel Jones from the College of Alameda.
Okay, good evening, President Reese, trustees, Chancellors Walters and Jackson, as well as colleagues and guests. I'm pleased to report a few points of pride, work we have been doing in support of our diverse student body, and our efforts related to enhancing institutional effectiveness. At the College of Alameda, we are deeply committed to academic excellence, student empowerment, and student support and success. Hence, I'm delighted to share that Dr. Kalila Beal Arabe, mathematics instructor and math department co-chair, has been selected as a 2021 mathematically gifted and Black honoree. Each year, the Network of Minorities in Mathematical Sciences chooses 28 Black mathematicians to spotlight during Black History Month for their contribution to the field. This year, Dr. Beal Arabe was among those who were selected for this honor. We congratulate and thank her for her commitment to academic excellence and positively representing the College of Alameda. COA has recently been accepted into the California Virtual Campus Consortium. The consortium is a group of 65 California community colleges that work together to address online achievement gaps and increase student access to fully resourced online courses. The consortium will provide COA assistance as well as a wide range of resources and services aimed at delivering high quality online instruction to the benefit of our wonderfully diverse students. Last week, as my colleague, Dr. Garcia, indicated, we too received a draft copy of our accreditation report to review for errors of fact. We have reviewed the document and provided our chair with our responses. The draft that we received aligns with the verbal report that was made at the conclusion of the site visit. The team reflected on our the quality of our ICER, as well as pointed out the accommodation that we would receive, citing our collegial and collaborative manner that we cultivate and the inclusive environment of empowerment in terms of diversity for our students, in terms of commitment and moving our mission forward. Also, I would like to share that through intentional action and program, we support student success, health, and well-being. We are virtually screening movies for mental health. Amid pandemic, these movie screenings and online workshops have been designed to give our students an opportunity to decompress, watch movie, and discuss 3 award-winning short films that explore the topic of mental health and to learn about COA's robust array of free wellness resources available to them. Further, COA has distributed over $600,000 in direct aid to students from our first round of CARES Act funding. Additionally, we are in the process of planning for how we would allocate the additional HERF funding that we receive as part of round 2. Further, the college has worked in collaboration with the Peralta College Foundation to raise funds as well as to provide scholarships to our students. Lastly, COA continues to work to enhance institutional effectiveness and address strategic priorities. While COA enrollment has declined in recent years, as has been reported previously, its decline during the pandemic was significant, and just like with other community colleges within the state. Early and intentional action taken by COA seems to have lessened the decline somewhat. Our projected spring 2021 enrollment is likely to produce 87% of FTS target as compared to 83% of target reached last year. COA has seen an overall increase in course success and completion rates among most students, albeit not all students. These achievement gaps are outcomes that we are actively seeking to address. Further, COA is reviewing the recent studies and data analysis completed by district consultants Jim Black and Deborah Luckman, who we heard from this evening, to determine the most promising and improvements that we can make to existing processes, as well as new initiatives that would allow us to stem the decline in enrollments and better support our students to be successful and to achieve their educational goals. The college continues to prioritize instructional quality and outcomes by allocating resources to these efforts. For 1920, the college spent about $1.47 million from parcel tax revenues, which amounts to 87% being allocated towards instruction, offering 149 sections. 17% was support of non-instructional functions like library services. Our work relates to enrollment management, reflects our deep commitment to academic excellence, student equity and achievement, as well as sound fiscal stewardship. This ends my report for this evening, and I would also like to thank and appreciate Dr. Walter for all of her work and leadership. And she's especially dear to me for recommending that I get appointed as College of Alameda's president. So thank you, Dr. Walter.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. It's been a pleasure working with you as well, as with everyone. All right, our next report comes from Dr. Rudy Besikoff, president of Laney College.
Good evening, Chancellor Walter, incoming Chancellor Jackson, members of the board, colleagues in education, and community members. I'm actually pleased to share a bit of breaking news with the board tonight that is not in your report, and want to extend my thanks to our acting dean of CTE, Ali Tomas, for alerting me to this, as I have the opportunity now to spotlight 3 great Laney workforce and industry partners for their recent support of our students. First, through the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and the leadership of Mr. David Palter, 5 scholarships of at least $4,500 will be offered to students majoring in the field of architecture. The work is being done right now to broadcast this opportunity to our students in architecture, and I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Palter and to SVLG. Also, as the president of Laney, I would like to thank Excel Construction, another of our partners, as they are doing their part to support our students through job application opportunities they are providing to our construction management students. Also, I'd like to recognize Len Turner and Latanya Hopkins of Turner Group Construction, who are collaborating with our faculty as well in construction management. Laney is so fortunate to have such great industry partners. Also, in the spirit of partnership, I'd like to thank the leadership at the Oakland Chinatown Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to join other civic and community leaders at the March 26th Stop Asian Hate rally to speak. Details of the rally, including a link to a story that PBS NewsHour ran, can be found in my report. But I'd like to shift my focus instead tonight to the efforts of Laney Disabled Students Programs and Services, or DSPS counselor, Jessica Aoyang, who helped establish Compassion in Oakland, which is a grassroots effort that recruited hundreds of volunteers to serve as neighborhood guardians to help seniors walk safely through their own neighborhoods. This is yet one more example of a shining star at Laney College. And one more shining star that I'd like to share is Professor Michael Moya. And as I share this, I specifically think of my senior year in high school and really having to empty my wallet to get my senior photo taken. Professor Moya is in the photography department, and he worked with student interns to photograph for free 104 students, high school seniors at Madison Park Academy. This was a great work experience for the student interns who were involved to do something meaningful. Or as Professor Moya put it, it was something that serves as, and I quote, the validation of each student's last year of high school. Keeping the spotlight on, I have to say that the student journalists at the Peralta Citizen continue to earn recognition, as you will see in tonight's Laney board report. 5 students, Ryan Barba, James Millett, Lucrin Piper, Pamela Rudd, and David Rowe, were honored by the Journalism Association of Community Colleges. But what is not in your report tonight is that Pamela and David were also named as regional finalists for the Society of Professional Journalists Mark of Excellence Awards. With this recognition also comes congratulations to our Professor of Journalism, Elena Gastas. In closing my report tonight, I would like to welcome Dr. Jackson, and I would also like to thank Dr. Carla Walter for her leadership as our Chancellor. This is someone that I've really come to know as a person who truly cares about students and the people who work in Peralta. I wish her the very best and will always appreciate the opportunity that I have had to work for this great educational leader. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Besikoff. It's been great working with you as well. Thank you so much. And then last, but of course, never least,
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, Dr. David Johnson.
Good evening, Madam President, Board, Chancellor, colleagues, and community members. I'm here to share some good news. First, I'm pleased to report that Merritt College has been notified by the U.S. Department of Education, Minority Serving and Under-Resourced Schools Division, that we have implemented their recommendations outlined in the virtual Title IV Technical Assistance Report that was submitted back in October of 2020. They also took time to commend the leadership of our Vice President of Student Services, Lilia Chavez, and our Director of Financial Aid, Mr. Ernesto Neri, for bringing the college into compliance in less than 6 months. In fact, the Department of Education specifically congratulated Merritt for our, and I quote, excellent work, great leadership, and commitment to ensuring the implementation and administration of federal regulations and Title IV funds to maintain compliance. Now, we understand, of course, that there's still work to be done in collaboration with the district office, and we understand that meeting all financial aid eligibility requirements is imperative. But we are extremely proud of the progress that we have made so far in such a short period of time. Next, over the past several weeks, Merritt College has partnered with Aerotech, which is a staffing and recruiting company, to put on a series of successful career fairs in various fields. That effort's been led by our career education counselor, Ms. Sarah Alturk. And the most recent health fair gave an opportunity to 40 of our students to have one-on-one 15 to 20-minute sessions to discuss job openings, to receive feedback on their resumes, and to network with potential employers such as Kaiser, Sutter Health, and Highland Hospital. So I want everyone to mark your calendars because the next fair will focus on careers in the field of child development and will take place on this Friday, the 16th. So if you're interested, please email Sarah Alturk. Next, I got to give a shout out to Beta, Theta, Lambda, which is Merritt College's chapter of Phi Theta Kappa International Honor Society. So for the uninitiated, the mission of Phi Theta Kappa is to recognize academic achievement of college students and to provide opportunities for them to grow as scholars and leaders. So at the most recent California and Nevada Regional Convention, our chapter was recognized as a 4-star chapter. Now we still have our sights on becoming a 5-star chapter, which is the pinnacle, after we complete a college-wide honors and action project, which basically requires a chapter to combine academic research, problem solving, and action-oriented service to address real-world challenges. So I want to give kudos to the chapter president, Ms. Stephanie Mutialu, for becoming the first member in the chapter's history, the first member of Beta Phi Lambda to be appointed as an officer in the Regional Alumni Association. So congratulations to Stephanie for that. And finally, I want to express my appreciation for our chapter advisor, Barbara Demopoulos, and our advisors, Mary Cidio, Doris Hankins, and Jamila Sela for their tireless efforts. Penultimately, I want to extend a warm welcome to Ms. Rashima Thornton, who today started her tenure here as Merritt College as our new Dean of Enrollment Services. So we all understand the importance of increasing the number of students that not only we bring to our college, but also keep them enrolled once they get here. So we look forward to supporting and working alongside her. And I just need to take a moment to thank you all on the board for approving her appointment. This makes a real difference here at Merritt College. And finally, like my fellow presidents, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Chancellor Walter for her work and her sacrifice, and thank her for everything that she was able to achieve here in the district. You were faced with a very daunting situation, and you comported yourself very well. And I appreciate the support that you've given me and Merritt College during your time here. So I just want to say that. And I also want to welcome back Dr. Jackson. It's very good to have you back where you belong, and looking forward to working with you in the weeks to come. So that is my report from Merritt College.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for that report, and I've appreciated working with you as well. And to all of you, to President Reese, Vice President UN, Board of Trustees, all of our colleagues, community friends, thank you so much for all of the commitment that you share and have shown for Peralta. And I want to be the first one to welcome Dr. Jackson into the family, back into the family. And we're glad to be able to do this in such a way that it's a true baton handoff. So that should be really, really well received. Dr. Jackson and I worked together at Chabot Las Positas. And some of you will note once she takes the reins that a lot of the things that I've done here were modeled on some of the things that I saw her do at Chabot Las Positas. So I'm really grateful that she's here to help move the district forward in the transition. What we normally do at this time with the Chancellor's reports are to, I give you an update on a few matters, and then we have questions for the president. I'm going to do that now. Just to let you know, we are working forward to put the safety plans in place. We are waiting for the two firms, Zulu and CRC, to receive their certifications. They're supposed to be available and completed by May the 1st. The applications have been submitted, and so we're just in the process of crossing our I's and dotting our T's. And so we're looking forward to that coming to fruition. I do share the sentiment that was voiced by Kimberly King around what we're seeing in the news and why this is a very important initiative. And I know the board is not backing away from that commitment. So we're doing that. And the question as to where we are with the hiring of the safety officer, the director, we are back in the pool, as they say, moving forward with that position, and you should see it coming to fruition in one form or another very soon. As you might be aware, it's a specialized position because it's asking for certain qualifications that Peralta is actually pushing the envelope on, and it's not necessarily something that's a simple. I don't mean any position to be simple, but it's nuanced. So we're moving forward with the recruiting on that. I also want to remind everyone that we are working on our COVID-19 return to work plans, and we have our Chancellor's Task Force on Decisions in Emergency Public Health combined with our Emergency Operations Center group. And we met this week to talk about different needs that we would have in terms of vaccinations and protocols for those vaccinations. We also talked about the process that we would follow in changing perhaps the way that screening is being conducted now and utilizing our students or other individuals to help us with that. And I want to mention that we are aware that Governor Newsom has perhaps put forward this notion of reopening sometime in June with a few caveats. And we're also aware of Chancellor Oakley's response to that. And I believe our district, Peralta, is very well positioned to follow its plan for reopening. However, that group is going to meet every week and make decisions about how that would move forward and bring it to the board for their consideration. So on the one hand, yes, we are, someone mentioned, when will it be done with COVID? So hopefully we'll be moving in that direction. but also we're doing it with safety, with precautions, which means that all of those policies regarding vaccinations and reopening have to be vetted through the participatory governance groups as well as the union groups. So those are underway right now. Dr. McKinley is working on that piece with his team. And then the folks in the Department of General Services are working on the facilities piece. So it is happening, and we are tasking people to have those things completed at least by the time we are reopened. And right now that is still slated to be in the fall. Our classes right now for summer are tagged for being online. And so with that, I would like to basically conclude my remarks. And again, I have appreciated my time here with Peralta. We've done amazing work together, and I've emphasized looking at what we've done and focusing on where we're going. And so I'm very, very sure that that focus is going to be the beacon as the district moves forward. So with that, I'll turn it to you, President Reese, to see if the trustees have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Walter. Do I have any questions for the presidents or for Dr. Walter? The trustees, that is. We're good? All right, let's move on to the informational items. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 informational items, and there are a series of reports and updates that are attached. So number 4.1, the COVID-19 grant update. As these are informational, what we'll probably do, I don't know if you planned for a presenter, Dr. Walter, or would you like questions from the trustees? What's your?
We have presentations in each of the items here, so it may be beneficial to bring them up. We've slated 15 minutes or so for each of these presentations. And discussion. It doesn't necessarily need to take that amount of time for each one, but I do think that Interim Vice Chancellor Ahmed has information here that he would like to share with the board and with the community. So unless there's any objection, I think we should follow that course.
I think that is good. That's perfect. Let's do that.
Okay.
So let's start with COVID-19 grant update and or presentation.
Let's see, IBC Ahmed, are you there?
Yes, Chancellor, I'm here.
Okay. I don't have your presentation, so
Sasha has my presentation.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, President Reese, Vice President Gonzalez UN, trustees, Chancellor, colleagues, and members of the community. So tonight I'm going to present to you 3 grants: the CARES Act, and Parcel tax, and the COVID-19 grant. So we're going to compare budgets versus expenditures. And if Sasha can share my, this is 2019-2020 COVID-19 grant update. Could you go next slide? This slide here outline what is allowable. So all this outline here we have all that allow us to use these funds, and we check this with the auditors, and we get the check marks. That's true. This is what we should use for the COVID-19. Next slide. Thank you. So here is the summary of the COVID-19. Yeah, we have to remember we have the COVID-19 grant, we have federals, and we have state. Both came through the state apportionments. We get those funding, we get those monies. So the COVID-19 state funded us at $8,000 that's been used to buy laptops. So that's an allowable cost. In the past, we use those funds to use it for the bus pass and for the health department at the colleges. We have some argument with the auditors saying we don't believe this will be allowable, but instead you can use the cost of the laptops. That's what we did. We did an adjustment, and we reversed it, and we put the cost of the laptop, the 808, which now is allowable with the auditors. The 992 is the federal COVID-19 that we received. We spend those funds to pay the stipends. If you see, if you go a little bit down, Sasha, please, and we put a remark how those funds was spent. It is spent on faculty stipend. Now, what we're gonna carry over is zero. Whatever we got, we've been spending. So we don't have any carryover, which is good. We spent the entire amount, which was $1.8 million. Next slide, please. This is the CARE Act update. So the CARES Act update, next slide, please, Sasha. So this is, I highlight here, and we checked with the auditors. This is the allowable expenditure that we need to use for the CARES Act. So one thing that I was surprised about this was that they're allowing us to wipe out the student debt during the pandemic. Prior to December 2020, we can wipe out those debt. And if I just give you an example of those debt during the pandemic, is about a little bit above $7 million. So which put our student receivables that I'm working on it to present that to the Budget Committee and Finance is about $28 million in total. And we set up that per year, so you can see it how our student receivable is increasing year after year. So in total, we have a debt of $28 million. That $28 million, we had $8 million in allowance bad debts. So the net receivable is only $20 million. What that means, we put a reserves of $8 million. Each year we were putting $1 million. So we have with $8 million in reserves. So the debt is 28 minus 8. So the debt receivable is $20 million. Next slide, please. So here is the summary, how we receive those funds. So the CARES Act round, I can't see it, but it's okay, I remember. So could you make it a little bit bigger? Thank you. So the CARES Act round one, as you can see how much we allocated for district and the colleges, we get $7.7 million. And that was around May 2020, we get those funds. And this fund has to expire or spend by, it depends on the colleges, is by July 2022. It must be spent. So then also we get the minority serving the MSI. So we got by colleges, and we got not that much, it's 332,000. That's the first round. And then you can, as you can see, then we have also the CARE Fund 2, which we received like about a month ago. And that is about over $20 million. And you can see how it's been allocated for each college. And then lastly, we received the minority serving institutions, which was by college it was like 700,000. I can see it, 782. Could you make it a little bit bigger, Sasha, please? Yeah, I can see that. So in total, we had $29 million to spend. So as you can see, the expenses that below, how we spent it, where we spent it by colleges. So in overall, we spent 4.9 million. And you can see by college how much we spent and the percentage. In overall, we spent 4.9 million, which represent 15.9%. That's what we spent during the year, during this fiscal year. And the reason, if you look at the student aid portion, you will see that we spent 3.6 million, which is 50% of the first round, CARE Act first round, which was 7.7 million. We spent only 3.6 on the student aid portion, which that represent roughly 50%. So the remaining balance is 24 million, and I am sure that the president are working on spending this fund, and this fund is expiring or should be spent. It depends on each colleges; they don't have the same date. But for example, Alameda should spend this by February 2022, and some like Laney is, I believe is May 2022. It depends on the college, and I have that, and the college knows about it. So next slide. This is the first round. I wanted to present you the first round for the CARES Act and the MSI minority serving institutions. So we get the total for Alameda. This is Alameda, right? So we spent we received 1.8 million. And
Berkeley.
Berkeley, sorry, it's Berkeley. With my eyeglass, I can't see anything anymore. This is Berkeley. So we got 1.8 million on the first round, CARES Act and MSI, and their plan was to spend 922. If you see total estimated allocation, that was the plan that the college submitted that they're gonna spend. But Berkeley spending 1.1 million, so they spending over than what they're supposed to spend. So that's represent. Could you go a little bit down, Sasha? That is 63% of the first round. That's what they spent, 63%. Next slide. This is College of Alameda. In total, they get 1,038,000. So 962 was the CARES Act round one, and 76,000 was the MSI. And their spending plan that they submitted, a little bit down, was 437,000, but they spent as of April 8, 773,000, which represents 74%. Next slide, please. And this is Laney. Laney got from the CARES Act first round $3 million, and they get from the minority institution 13,000. So they get a total. That's the first round. They got only over $3 million, and their spending plan was they said they're gonna spend over $3 million, but they spent 1.7, which represents 56% of the total expenses, total amount they received in the first round. Next slide, please. Merritt College. Merritt College received 1.3 million in CARES Act first round, and they get 108,000 on the first round for the MSI. So they get a total of 1.4 million. So their spending plan was 624, but they spent 793, roughly 800,000, which represent 54%. Lastly, oh, I said everything, right? There's no lastly. Okay. So now, do you want to ask question now, or you guys want me to finish all what I have to present?
Trustees, do you want to ask questions about the CARES and the COVID block grant before we move on to the parcel tax, as they're separate in category? How are we feeling? Any? Maybe I'll just pose a question, and it's not really a question to be answered, but it's maybe a question that will be followed through by incoming interim chancellor, since we're going to go forward in that direction. But as I look at the planning expenditures from the different colleges, it only intimates the round one. And so the round two, as we know, is far more robust than the round one.
Mm-hmm.
And so our total for both given to the college, if you want to go to the very first page, I believe is 24 million. And I really just want to make sure that all of that is spent. And so I'm sure that incoming interim chancellor will work with the presidents to ensure that's spent. But I guess my concern has always been that this is a year where our students need this the most, right? And this is also the year when we could use those funds to create infrastructure, to get our classes ready for return to campus. So all of those different things, but we just need to make sure also that the funds are easy for the students to get. When we put on the websites, apply through FAFSA, it's not as not easy. It's not as popping or as incentivizing as a web page that really shows them these CARES funds are there for you in the way that other colleges have done it. So we just want to make sure that the students really know that those funds are available to them, because it's a lot of money, $24 million, and we just want to see how that expenditure plan will look. And then also going forward, if we could have updates, and I believe that most colleges are doing this on a monthly basis in terms of where these are going and what percentages are being used, I think it keeps everybody, but especially the public, really transparently knowledgeable about what we're doing with public funds. And that's it. That's the only response and comment that I had.
I had a question, Cindy. Yeah. Adil, did we, it seems to me that initially I heard that we spent $4 million on the 9,000 laptops that were bought the first month of first few months of COVID. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you have that we had only allocated 800,000 of the COVID funds. I believe that's what you showed there. So where did the rest of the money, where did the money come for that expenditure? And then the second question was, did we not spend close to 2 million on the stipends for the faculty? And where did that, I don't think we got as much of an allocation as we spent. So just those two items.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question, Trustee Handy. Yes, initially we charged the bond for the laptops. It was a couple $1 million. And when the auditor said you guys can only charge the laptop are allowable, what we did, we moved from the bond expenditure, that those 2 million that we have there, we moved only a portion of 808,000 to the grant. And initially what we charged was the bus pass and the health consultant. We moved it back to the general fund. So now instead of having 2 million on the bond, you have 2 million minus 800,000, because the 800,000 we moved it to be to the grant fund 11. That's what we did with the audit agreement. That's what they want us to do. So that's what we did, and we are online and also in compliance. Regarding the stipend, yes, we paid more than the 992,000, but the difference, I believe we paid 1.3 million. The other difference went to the general fund, because this grant COVID-19 is the total amount was less than $1 million. We paid 1.3 million, and the difference went to the general fund. Did I respond to your question?
Yeah, I was muted. I was trying to say thank you, but I have a difficult time unmuting this computer. Thank you. You answered my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And I promise one last comment, and then we'll move on to the parcel tax. You mentioned, Vice Chancellor Ahmed, about the receivables, the student receivables. So the 28 million, that's been an operational problem for a while, right? And again, incoming interim chancellor, if you could work and look at this too, in terms of our ability to spend some of the CARES funds, which that's what I interpreted you saying, towards 7 million of the 28 million. Again, just ensuring that that is actually appropriate, because the student receivables are from a previous year, not necessarily this year. So just a comment in terms of ensuring with the incoming chancellor that that is totally appropriate in terms of going forward, because I know that is an operational problem in terms of our $28 million. So I just want to make sure that we are completely on the up and up in the way that we are using the funds. That's it.
President Reese, if I may.
Absolutely.
If I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to make a clear statement here, and that is that the student accounts receivables are an operational problem that the district has had for a long time.
Great.
There are several solutions that we have that are available to turn that situation around. If you ask a student if they owe Peralta any money, they will say they have no idea because they're not invoiced, they're not reminded. There are these basic things that collecting for accounts receivables that are not happening. So that's one. And the figures that are being put here before us today are cumulative figures that go back several years. So in thinking about applying any of these funds to the outstanding receivables, there is a time limit that's specific to the COVID-19 pandemic. That's number one. Number two, I have urged the cabinet, and I'm bringing it out here in the open, that what happens when you apply that fund, those funds, is an impact on your balance sheet as opposed to an impact on a long-term budget change. So you want to think carefully about whether or not investing those funds, CARES funds, for innovation or new programs or enrollment management opportunities would be something that the board would consider as a better use, a leveraging of the funds that are allowable to move the district forward while putting in place solutions for the accounts receivable systemic problem. There are several approaches available, including COTOP, which I understand the board may not want to go in that direction, and also putting in a robust payment plan, payment processing with Paymentus, as we've been trying to do in the district for about a year. So just wanted to throw those comments out in terms of being mindful that the funds should be invested to help move the district forward, and those paying off those receivables is a one-time solution to a systemic problem.
And thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, because I just want to make sure I am linking what Vice Chancellor Ahmed said and what you said. So I heard from him that we are going to be using the funds towards the $7 million in those receivables. But am I hearing you saying that we're not, we may, but we will?
Right. That decision has not been made. And in fact, I have been very vocal about that not being the direction. Of course, it'll be up to the board and Dr. Jackson going forward. But, you know, I think Dr. Garcia, she's not on the call right now, but, you know, the thing that we have to think about is what we call a sort of a financial literacy piece, right? Where, sure, we could use the $7 million to pay down receivables, but what else could we use it for? Rather than, and knowing that we have another solution to deal with that systemic problem. So it's up to the board, you know, in consultation with the chancellor and with data and options from your finance area, but using it in such a way that would help as opposed to put a Band-Aid. That's what I would say. It's a Band-Aid on a systemic problem.
And I just have to say thank you so much for clarifying that, because when I heard that the first time, that was an absolute red flag for me. And I thought it was the solution that you all had already decided to do. So it makes me feel good that that is not what we've done, because again, I feel a little uncomfortable, but that's just me. But I'm just glad to know that it is not the direction that has already been enacted.
Correct.
So
absolutely not enacted. No, not done.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely true, Chancellor. It was an option. Well, we didn't decide anything yet. Parcel tax 2019-2020. So this is the parcel tax. Please, next slide, Sasha. So this is the core. Here's a summary what we should use the parcel tax for. And since I came in Peralta 3 years ago, Peralta is using the way it's supposed to be used. And I came and we did the same way. For example, 4 weeks ago, I sent to the president their portion for the partial tax. They have it in advance, so they can create these sections. And we do that based on 3 years average. We're estimating we're receiving $8 million, and then we go 3 years average, how much each college will receive. So we give them in advance, so they can use it for July 1st, within 3-4 months. So they have their portion already, so they can create their section. And that's what they're doing. They create their section to use those partial tax. Next slide, please. Here is the summary for 1920. Book is closed. This is the 1920. We collected, or we received from the county of Alameda, 8,140,000. So then we allocate those funds to the colleges based on their 3 years average. So every college will get their portions. And here you have the expenses. So you can see the instructional. We spent 6.8 million, which represent in overall colleges, represent 83%. So when usually I send them their budget for the partial tax, we says please use it 80-20. So that's the recommendation. We say 80-20, 80 instructionals, 20 non-instructionals. So they exceeded. They spent 83.79%. If you go down now, you have the non-instructionals. Who are those non-instructionals? You have the counselors, librarians, and other teaching, non-teaching assignment, which always is faculty. So we're spending 10.79%. If you add the 83 instructional and the other 10% faculty, so we are over 94% already spent on the partial tax on faculty and instructions. And on classified, we spend only 3.9%, roughly 4%. And also we spend on book supply for, we spend only 1.19%. So overall, they spend 19.69%. The remaining go to their carryover. They can carry over next following year if they want to use it. So that's where we're at. And then I give you their fund balance, what they have as a fund balance that they still have on Fund 12, because this is Fund 12. It ended last year, June 30th, 2020. So they still have fund balance. They can use it with the Fund 8. The Fund 8 is, we have 8 more years, started this current fiscal year, the partial tax. We create a new fund, which is Fund 8. And this is the prior years, the last 8 years, they're remaining with 746,000 unspent. They can carry over and spend it. So that's the partial tax. And we spend the partial tax in accordance with the ballot language. We don't deviate. That's what we do. We make sure we spend the money, and the college is aware of it. And that's what the finance is always looking at. And if you go to the second page, please, Sasha, this will show you how many faculty assignment for the faculty, for the colleges they created. For Berkeley, 115. They used 115 sections. Next slide. So you have the course there. All those are the course that's coming from the colleges, how they spend their money, which course they created. So we have all the course here. And this is College of Alameda. Total, that's the class. So they have, go down a little bit, 167,000 sections. So, and then also Laney would be the same thing, 300 something. And that's the course 303. So we have all the courses that have been created and used with the partial tax fund. And lastly, Merritt, 74. So if you guys have any question, that's the partial tax. I think there is no more anything else left, but if you have any question, President Reese.
I think I see silence on my board. It sure seems like it, but it's perfectly appropriate because now we have for 4.4 Parcel Tax Committee report. That may prompt some questions. But I believe that in terms of 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, we are good to go. Thank you for that, Vice Chancellor Ahmed.
Thank you, President Reese.
Okay, let's move on to.
I just want to welcome the new Chancellor, Dr. Johnson, and I'm looking forward working with you. And I want to acknowledge Dr. Walter for her leadership, commitment, and we work too closely. And I will be missing you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Ahmed. Let's move on to 4.4, Parcel Tax Committee Report. Ms. Weintraub.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having us, Chancellor Walter and incoming Chancellor Jackson. Good to see you back here. Good evening to all the board members and college presidents and such who are here with us tonight. So I'm the chair, and Oscar Porter is also on the line. I know who's the co-chair. And what I first going to do actually is let Oscar just introduce himself, and then I'll come back on and let go into the report. But I just wanted you to meet Oscar, who's also on the committee. I'm just waiting for him to unmute.
No.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm here. Good evening, everybody. My name's Oscar Porter. I've been with Deborah on this committee for about 4 years now. She was there before I came, and I'm this year the vice chair. My own background is approximately 45 years in higher education. I have a PhD in higher education from UCLA, and I served in, most recently, the University of California Office of the Chancellor for about 20 years, and a variety of colleges and universities across the country. When I retired, I was looking for a way to keep my my finger in the pie, if you will, and this opportunity came about, and I applied and was accepted as a member of this committee. It's been an interesting experience, and I think we have much work that we have done, much work that is to be done, and I think you'll hear from Deborah today a number of the things that we believe as a committee will need to be successful in completing our mission. So thank you. Thank you for having us here today. Deborah?
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Oscar. Yeah, so some of you know me because I've been around Peralta for, well, forever, it feels like. But I started in 1973 in Peralta, and was a tutor and a part-time faculty member and a full-time faculty member, and then ended up as the union PFT president for 5 years. And after I retired, I several years later joined the Parcel Tax Committee. So I've been on the Parcel Tax Committee for at least 6 years, and actually my term is up in June. I'm termed out. So that's one of the issues the committee is going to need to address is membership. But I'll have to say that in my 6 years on the committee, and all my years being in Peralta, this has been one of the more difficult efforts where I feel like some of my work has gone, it's just been frustrating in many accounts. But we did send a report. I don't know how many of you looked at it, but I will say that our key concern as an oversight committee is the parcel tax being used as directed in the language of the parcel tax and that the voters approved, and is the intent of the voters being followed through. And I guess in that, has the parcel tax improved student access to their education? Is that what, because we believe that that's the intent of the language of the parcel tax. And as the people who are on the oversight committee, we feel that that is part of what our oversight is. And so I would say that that's our primary thing. And as Adil commented, it's are we looking at these funds? And one of the frustrations that I would say in my 6 years is that we have received multiple formats for looking at how the money is being disseminated, so that we've never gotten a consistent. You can't compare one year to another year, and that has been a consistent thing. And we tried as a committee now to develop a format that would be consistent and be used over and over again, because it's difficult for us as a committee to really tell you as the board exactly over a period of time how exactly the money, how it's being used in a certain way. Like today, when we were, it's interesting, 115 sections, 167 sections, but we have nothing to compare that. I mean, were these courses never offered before, these sections never offered before? Or are we maintaining sections that were gone, that might be gone if we didn't have the parcel tax? These are things that the committee has been trying to sort out all these years. I mean, I am really glad that the majority of the money is going towards instruction. I have no doubt that that is true. And it's definitely a change from, I think about 4 years or 3 years ago, when we realized that that was not exactly how the money was being proportioned, but things have changed. But I would say that along with that, one of our core regards and what the language of the Measure E says is that the money is to augment and rather than substitute funds already allocated for supporting core academic programs. And I would say that that is a consistent thing that we're looking at. Are you supplementing or supplanting? And so that's an issue that I would say, and you'll see that in our report. And it's a consistent idea or issue that we're concerned with. We have met with faculty, with college presidents. They've been invited over the years to come. And I would say that for, our faculty guests in particular have questioned the use of the Measure E money in regard to where it's all going and whether it's augmenting or supplementing the funding. But those are things we're still looking at, and will continue to as the time goes on. I'd say that is the major problem or issue. And if you look at our report, that you'll see that kind of brought up multiple times, like, is there augmentation or supplanting of the funds? The other issue has also been membership of the committee. And that has been a kind of consistent problem. But I would say, biggest problem is this wider range of formats that we've gotten, and trying to figure out exactly what's going on. We did also look, and it will come up in our report, that we were given a link to the audit, and of the funds, and most things seem clear, but we wanted some clarification because I'm not sure how they say their name, but Bailey said that they wanted to see improve and implement the regular reconciliation of accounts, and that came up in their reports twice in 2 years, and we're curious about that. What does that mean, and why haven't those things happened? And it's possible that we have. I have to say that nobody on this committee is an accountant at this point, or really probably goes finally through audit reports as for their work, or did for their work. So there may be things in there that we don't know about, but I'd say that that's something we'd like to get some answers to. We've sent a whole list of questions and asked for data. We asked for it by April 1st. We did eventually get it. We sent it on February 9th, and we did eventually get it on April 10th. So some of it, I have to admit, I have not thoroughly looked through, but I would just want to read to you our recommendations, because I think those I've kind of touched on our key points. We want the district to use a consistent reporting format to detail how parcel tax money is being spent. The Oversight Committee is unable to perform true oversight if the data format changes from quarter to quarter. The reporting format should not only be consistent, but concise, because when we get like 50 pages of where, this teacher got this, well, it's not the teacher. Well, sometimes we did. Sometimes we got the exact name of somebody, and we would get like, this money was spent on this section, blah, blah, blah. But as I'm saying, we really need to know, were these sections here before? What value has been added by having the parcel tax? So we need to be able to compare apples to apples. So that's important. That's our number one recommendation. Number 2, voters approved the Measure E money with specific intent that it would augment rather than supplement the existing money. So the district must demonstrate that their maintenance of an effort is clear, that Measure E money is over and above what would be spent in the absence of Measure of that money, and it's being spent to benefit students in terms of education, preparation for transfer, and money spent on classified expenses must be specifically highlighted and subject to more strict scrutiny, though I think that's beginning to happen now. 3, the district must come into compliance with the recommendations made by the independent auditor. 4, the Citizens Oversight Committee website is very difficult to find, difficult to maneuver. I mean, this is a problem, I think, throughout the district in terms of their websites. But if you go on and you try to follow information about the committee, the Oversight Committee, as separate from the bond, it's hard. It's hard to find it. It's hard to get information. 5, we recommend the district and the Board of Trustees should be more aggressive in recruiting new members. Parcel tax does not follow the same rules and Prop 13 for a bond, which has very specific, like you have to have a person from from a business, from a tax association. Parcel tax committee does not need to have those. You can have any number of people from any different sorts of places, but on June 30th, I'm termed out. One of the other committee members is termed out. I believe another committee member is stepping down for personal reasons, and that leaves two members, which means in essence, you don't have a parcel oversight committee. And unless they're, I mean, I've been trying to find people myself, but that generally is not the work of a committee, people on the committee. It's generally something the district is required to have an oversight committee. We would strongly urge you to do something about getting more people onto the oversight committee now. And we would like, finally, that the district be more responsive when we put out requests for information, that it get to us in a timely and kind of clear manner. So I do have a couple of questions. We did ask one question, and we're having a meeting tomorrow, and I'm hoping these things will be answered. But for instance, I just want to say, like, in the reports that we've gotten, that I've seen over 6 years, there's always money from the parcel tax being put aside for OPEB, which, okay, other post-employment benefits. And I have yet to figure out how the parcel tax is related to other post-employment benefits, because in my understanding, that bond is specifically for pre-2000 July 1st retirees' lifetime health benefits. So I don't understand. The majority of the people who are teaching these classes are probably part-time people, are not getting post-employment. Most people who've been hired after, everybody hired after 2004 is not getting, beyond CalSTRS or PERS. So I'm trying to figure that out. But these are some questions, things like that I'm still curious about. And I'm hoping one of the things in the report that I just got, so I wasn't able to put it in this report, was some of the colleges when we asked them about how many sections were being funded by parcel tax, and how did they delineate whether a part-time faculty person was being paid through parcel tax or general fund, some of the colleges seemed unclear. They didn't have a way to delineate that. And that seems like good information for the district to have in terms of letting the public know, because I think a lot of good things are happening with the parcel tax, but I think that it's hard to tell the public what it is exactly. If you tell them that 300 sections at, which would call it must have been Laney, because that's the biggest, have been funded by the parcel tax, but if we hadn't voted for that parcel tax, how many of those sections would exist? And I just think that that's something that you want to be able to tell the public. This is what's really happening with your tax dollar. We were able to provide these services that we're going to have to eliminate because of low enrollment and things that have happened, or we were able to keep a low enrolled class open. I mean, just something more specific than we've seen. And I don't know, Oscar, do you want to add anything to what I just said?
Well, I think, to put it as simply as I understand it, we believe our role is not simply to know where the dollars went, but to understand what the value added, what the impact is of those dollars. So the idea that we know dollars were spent in a certain way is part of the answer, but until we understand what has resulted from that, we really don't have our full answer. And Deborah put her finger on it. If someone from the community says, oh, you're on the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, how's that money being spent? We don't have a good answer right now. and we should. So one of the things we need is better communication of data, as Deborah described. And one of the other things, in addition to stability on the data side, is stability in a committee. As she said, she and another member will leave in June. I have one more year on my term. And at that point, I don't know what we'll have for a committee unless we get a sufficient number of committee members very quickly who are willing to commit a period of time. And I certainly don't see myself continuing under these circumstances as a member of the committee. And I say that as information, not as any kind of a threat, but I think it's a function of the experience that we've had as members of the committee. This is not to say that there is an intentional effort to prevent us from doing our job. I think there's just been an enormous amount of change in the district and on the campuses. And the result has been that the stability and consistency of information simply hasn't been established. And until we see something that looks more like a cooperative working arrangement, it'll be extremely difficult for us to fulfill our mission. And my assumption is if we do our job well, it's to the benefit not just of the community, but of the district as well. And we would like to see that mutual benefit be achieved.
Thank you. Thank you for that. First, let me just say that the work that you both do, as well as the committee, so incredibly valuable, so incredibly insightful. And this is the kind of information we need to have because we need to do better. I mean, paragraph, we need to do better. Before I pose some of my questions, I'm just going to go to my trustees and see if there's anything that you all would like to pose as questions.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, VP Gonzalez-Wynn.
That's okay. Trustee Delphine Pope.
Sure. So my question is really, what is the process for recruiting community members to this particular committee? Because this sounds really important. I've only been on the board for a couple of months, so if either you, President Napoli Bellaris, or someone else could inform us on how to do that, that would be great.
I pause because I'm not exactly sure, but I can get that information from the chancellor.
Through the through the board chair, Trustee Reese, I can chime in. In the past, the district has taken a very active role. So through our district communications director, we have posted to the public. So we've made those kind of public recruitment outreach, right? Just through our Peralta announcements and however else that information goes out. I was just thinking about how we need to get that rolling again very, very soon. So that's all I'll add on that. But I'm sure there's more we can do, including as individual trustees.
Just to reinforce that point, I came to the committee because I saw an ad in the paper. And I responded to that ad. And I haven't seen a similar ad in the 4 years that I've been on the committee.
If I may, Mark Johnson, do you have anything to add regarding that?
No, it's clear that this is a priority, and I'm happy to put out digital media to help support recruitment for new members.
Cindy.
Yes, let me go to Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen and then Trustee Withrow and then Trustee Handy. Okay, I think that's what.
Thank you, Demi and Oscar, for your report here. This is really valuable to the board. And I'm sorry that the experience has not been more satisfying. The question that I have for the Chancellor is, it seems to me there are two components of reporting that we're really looking for, that the committee is looking for. One is the financial side of the reporting, the responding to audit concerns, et cetera, and then demonstrating the financial components with data that then can be correlated with the purposes of the parcel tax as expressed in law. But then there's an additional complementary component, and that is the substance of it. So you could look at a spreadsheet, and that's one set of things. And then there should be a narrative component that says, all right, here's what these numbers represent in terms of the instructional offerings, the support students, kinds of classes that are being offered, how those classes relate to enrollment management in general, et cetera. And, from Director Johnson's response, it's not a surprising response. We have so much turnover. People come into their jobs, they don't know that, like, oh, well, Jeff Heyman did that. It's like, really? Okay, well, I guess we didn't have a transition or whatever, And so, Chancellor, what I'm wondering is, when we think about parcel tax and parcel tax committee, which office is it at Peralta that holds those portfolios for supporting the work of the parcel tax committee, so that as lay citizens, maybe informed lay citizens, they're adequately prepared to engage in that oversight? Do you know which offices?
I do. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Let me say that I attended parcel tax oversight committee meeting. I believe it was April. I met Dr. Porter and Dr. Weintraub back then. Peralta time, that's like several years, but it's just a year ago. And we did talk about the need for reporting and how it should be set up. And we talked about a spreadsheet with some information and how that should move forward. And if you will remember that I was in agreement that we should have these reports and so forth. And I think that what's being asked is not difficult to provide. What we have is, and I'm going to ask VC Brown to maybe weigh in if needed in the president's. What I'll summarize is that, first, there was an inconsistency in the president's bringing forward their plans for the parcel tax to the board for their approval. We've put that in place in October for Measure E. Second, the combination of which classes, which faculty, the success of the students, and how those are connected to the funds requires a collaboration between the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and Student Success and the Vice Chancellor of Finance. So that information should come together from those two offices. The actual placement of the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee itself usually filters through finance, which is Richard Ferreira, or the executive assistant to the Vice Chancellor of Finance, so that all the agenda items and so forth are consistent, as well as receiving and understanding the audit reports and what they mean. So the fact that we've had some turnover in the Vice Chancellor of Finance role has probably contributed to the issues that we're hearing about tonight in terms of reporting. As you know, we've had a different Vice Chancellor of Finance every year for the last 5 years. So I think that VC Brown has taken a look at the spreadsheet requesting the data, and maybe if you wouldn't just take a second, a minute or so, and encapsulate kind of your thoughts on that, VC Brown, and then I think what we would need to do is have some consistent reporting. And then from there, talk about getting the recruiting process going again for members. So VC Brown?
Yes, Chancellor, I'm happy to talk about this. And Dr. Weintraub, I look forward to the meeting tomorrow. We did, supply you with the spreadsheet information and answers to the questions and some additional data slides, which I know that you all are still reviewing for tomorrow. And in looking at the spreadsheet and working with the colleges on the spreadsheet, there definitely were some gaps where I could tell that it'll be good for us to have a conversation. And actually even listening to you tonight is helpful because we have very particular language in our system. And so sometimes the language that you used in the spreadsheet didn't always line up with our language. And so it wasn't always really clear what you wanted. But I don't think that that's difficult to resolve. Tomorrow, we can kind of walk through some of the details of the spreadsheet and then come up with, I think very quickly, what the template will look like moving forward that will provide the committee very easily what you want. Last, I just want to say that I've been in this role for 4 years come this June 30th. And I've never been invited to a Parcel to the COC meeting, and that kind of stands out to me in the sense that there's just some gaps in communication. So I'm happy to be on every agenda now, and we'll know in advance what it is that you all are asking for, so that we can supply the data in consistent formatting, and also be there to answer any questions about it. And I think that then moving forward, it should be smoother. And I know myself as well as VC Ahmed are committed to, as well as the presidents, thank you, are committed to making it more clear and more consistent for you all.
So I hope that answers VP Gonzalez-UN, your set of questions.
Go on now to Trustee Withrow and then Trustee Handy.
First of all, I want to thank Deborah and Oscar on the presentation today. It's very pertinent, very pointed, and I think it covers a number of important issues. Number two, I didn't realize that we were down to 2 people left, and I'm not sure that the other board members do. And we're members of the community, representing the community, and I'm sure we can find volunteers that have the kind of background that can contribute, and I certainly will put forth an effort on it. Thirdly, you mentioned OPEB. OPEB is a kind of a complicated issue, but getting away from the acronym, it's retiree healthcare. And let me assure you that the funds that pay the insurance companies and throughout the healthcare thing for the employees prior to July 1 of 2004, that's 100% paid for by Trust One. 100%. We just paid 13 million, pulling 13 million out of there right now to pay for this year. That's number one. Number two, we have another trust fund called Trust Fund 2. And I know you know about this because of your activities with PRO, but just to clarify things, those 2 funds pay for the actual cost of healthcare. So I'm not sure what's being shown as an in quote OPEB in the use of property tax funds.
Well, I don't know either. That's why I'm asking about it, because I see it as a line item. And when I asked directly about it, the answer I got in writing was that it was other, it was for paying for people's retiree benefits.
But be assured, and I'm not sure where that came from, or who was addressing it, but that's not the case. That's not the case. We have funds that do that.
Right, and I think Trustee Withrow, they'll need to actually answer that with a little bit more specificity tomorrow at the meeting, because it's very important to answer that with the appropriate information and accurate information. But thank you, Trustee Withrow. Did you have another question though, or was that?
I'm fine.
Okay, Trustee Handy, let's go to you.
I want to speak to the member issue. And first of all, Debbie, it's good to see you, and Oscar. I hear your frustration. I know it's challenging because you really are committed to it. But I think that what we need to do on the district side is there has to be one point person that carries the applications, the processes, the follow-up. And I think what happens is it gets lost. We may run an ad, because I've had accountants apply to be on there. I've had attorneys. Meredith has recommended several people, and each and every one of them said they were never contacted after filling out informational sheets. And so I feel like there's like it all comes in, but it drops into a hole somewhere. And we have so many new people that we just need to stop, identify the point person that is going to be where these applications are going to go out to, if it's going to be Mark, if he's going to be putting out advertisements, and if they're going to respond to them. We need to have a dedicated process, because there are people who are willing to serve, and it's very frustrating for you serving and not having enough people, and also having to deal with the inefficient practices that we're trying to fix. But I thank you for pointing out the specifics, because that's what we need to know so that we can fix this. So I just suggested the board that we really look at, and let's not assume that it's going to go to finance or that it's going to go to the public information. Let's start again and identify specifically where it's going to go. So this I think is an easy fix. It's just that it had to be identified, and now we can do something about it so that moving forward, we can handle this. But anyway, good to see you again. And thank you both for all that you've done in serving on this committee.
Thanks. And I do hope that an effort, some of the people who have been on the committee and have left also, we want the committee to be diverse. And I mean, you can obviously see Oscar and I are both white, but to have the committee be diverse, and people who've come and gone have been people of color, and that's another issue. And represent different elements of the community, because you need that. You need people with different perspectives looking. I also want to thank some of you have called me Dr. Weintraub, and I wish it was that easy for me to get a PhD. I don't have, but thank you. It's easier even than buying one. So, but
well, you have an honorary status now, Debbie.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to, I just want to show you, just if you can see, these are the variety. I have gotten over 6 years. I mean, if you can see, everything is different every time. It's just something different. And I really want, beyond the membership thing, getting a format that we can use. And I could see, Siri, when you sent the information, the spreadsheet, that there were things that we hadn't asked for and other things we had. And I thought it probably doesn't line up with how your gathering information. So we have to work on that as to how, but as I'm saying, because we are looking, getting names or numbers of classes being offered, we still need to know, well, you know, if measure B or E now wasn't there, what you know, what are people, what is the community getting from taxing themselves? And I believe they are getting stuff. I just feel like we need to show them in a concrete way, and the committee needs to have the information presented in a way that we can show. But you know, there is a question of augmentation as opposed to supplanting.
So if I may, President Reese, I would just like to offer that without the parcel tax, there would be fewer sections in general. And the question that you're asking in terms of support is to show exactly what that outcome is.
Yes.
And to have it be done consistently. And I know that when I was at the meeting, we originally talked about having it done, you know, at the end of each semester. And we had a date after the termination or the conclusion of a semester so that everything could be, you know, accurate. And so we will, I think, as VC Brown said, tomorrow you all have a meeting and you'll go over the requested spreadsheet. I would also like to have it codified. We can put together, you know, a process so that the information is sent to you or to the committee on a regular basis at a certain time without having to, you know, ask for it. So, and then if we want to, you know, put something on the website, like you say, we recognize that the website needs updating, but even on the homepage or on the Board of Trustees page or something that connects it to that parcel tax committee for people to submit their applications. And, you know, we have had a lot of turnover, so thinking it through, perhaps Dr. Jackson will want to think about where she would like that central place to be for people who are making applications. So I said a bunch of things. The most important was we wouldn't have as many sections without the parcel tax. We are not supplanting, and we want to give you a consistent format and a time frame for you to have what you need to demonstrate the fact that without the parcel tax, we wouldn't have. It's a negative declaration, but still it does that, and that these funds are actually being used for this. And with that, it will also include the other ancillary expenses that come from allocating those funds. Now, the presidents are really involved in the parcel tax, and I would like to just give them a moment if any of them would like to speak. And I see that Dr. Besakoff is really anxious here. So,
yes, and special good evening to members of the Oversight Committee. I just would like to say, in addition to what the Chancellor said, both at the district level and the college levels, my experience, and I've been with the district since 18, has been that, and even the semester or so that preceded me, our plans have actually gone through our local governance. They've been vetted with our budget advisory committee, with our college council, and then at the district level, specifically this year, they even went through up through the participatory governance committee in the fall, if memory serves. So I would just like to add that bit of information in addition to what the Chancellor said about what our schedules would look like otherwise if we did not have the benefit of this great gift from the community.
any other president have a comment that they would like to share on this?
No, I'll just add briefly that I'm hopeful that the responses to the questions that the Citizens Oversight Committee posed, I hope that our responses to those questions when we have the discussion tomorrow brings these issues into sharper focus for you.
Thank you.
Any other presidents? No? Okay. And then I'll just conclude by saying, yes, I do agree. I think that it is clear that what we need at this particular point is our documents that show the planning, the work, all that we were doing at the particular districts and right now, or at particular colleges. And right now, as both Deborah and Oscar said, and even when I looked at the plans, you could not tell just by looking at the sections what the denominator was, right? You could not tell whether it was clear that it was an augmentation rather than something else. And so I think that all of us now, everybody here has a much more accurate picture of what is needed. And I might even suggest, and I don't know if this is something that we could do, it might be good for the Citizens Oversight Committee to visit us a bit more frequently, to just let us know how things are going, not necessarily with the report, but just how things are going. If the reports are not coming to you enough or well, then we could do something in the interim rather than wait at the very end and have you or the other people that are going to be part of the committee have another year of a terrible experience. So it ends up being win-win for everybody, but I think that would be the best way to have accountability at all levels. Okay. And again, yes, I'm sorry, Deborah.
No, I agree. I mean, I think communication has to happen improved from the committee to reach out to board members and to others. So I agree. I mean, that's, I mean, with this report, I will say as chair, it was very belated. I mean, there could be a number of excuses I can use, but I don't, I own it. We didn't do this soon enough. And so, that.
I think we also as a district would certainly do better as well. And when you come to us earlier, you don't have to have a report, but just let us know if there's certain things that you need that you're not getting, or if things are all going well. Both of those would be informative for the board.
Great.
Can I just make a suggestion? I know that with the bond funds, we're required to provide a report to the board and update, and also to the community, and that usually goes out through the newspaper, or it could also go out electronically and on the webpage. Maybe tying that report to the board on the bond at the same time as you get a report on the parcel tax oversight committee would be advantageous. That way it doesn't get lost. It doesn't have to fall off the agenda. And then that way it will be, like Interim Chancellor Walter said, codified, so that at the same time that we get the report for the bond, we also get an update on the parcel tax oversight committee, because that is required under bond law. So we can just tag it onto that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Deborah. And with that, we will move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's move on to 4.5, the General Obligation Bond Program Update.
Great. Welcome, everybody. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good evening, Chancellor Walter. Good evening, Chancellor Jackson. Welcome. I would, it's interesting how it's a great opportune time for us to give you this report. Initially, we thought it's been 1 year since the bond program has been up and running. It would be a great time to show what the accomplishments are and how we're moving forward. But it's great to show that all that we have achieved under the current leadership and what we're looking forward to working with the new leadership. So I'd like to introduce my two colleagues, Keith and David, and also my two bestie bond buddies, AECOM Keith Kajia and David Olson.
Thank you, Etheria. Good evening, President Reese, trustees, Dr. Walter, and Dr. Jackson, board presidents, college presidents, and the Peralta community. Pleasure to be here this evening to present the bond program update. Sasha, I'm going to try to share my own screen if that's possible. Hopefully you are all seeing that screen and not my vacation photos. As a theory I noted, I'll provide kind of an overview of the bond program. ACOM came on board as your program manager back in February, March of last year. So I'm going to highlight some of the things that we've been up to over the past year, as well as talk about the path forward and talk with David, kind of the bigger picture as well related to funding for the capital program in its entirety. So as far as program accomplishments, we have 13 major projects underway. I'll be profiling the status of those projects in this presentation. We've, last May, you may recall, we sold $115 million of bonds. That represented the last sale from Measure A of $65 million, and the first sale, the first tranche, if you will, of the Measure G funds of $50 million. Over the past year, we put $75 million of contracts in place, and we secured $77 million in state funding. The projects that we had started when we first came on board are now moving forward. The two that I'm profiling here for both Laney College and Merritt College are both in DSA. Again, that's in that final final review process before we actually go to construction. And those are both state-funded projects. This is an overview of that $77 million by project. So you can see there's a couple at Laney, a couple at Merritt, and two at Alameda, College of Alameda. Back in July, I had presented to the board and conducted a workshop related to shifting some of our projects from traditional design bid build delivery to design build delivery. Here's a kind of a snapshot of where we are related to those projects. There were 6 projects that the board had authorized through resolution back in July. 2 of those are underway, the Laney College Central Utility Plant and Cooling Tower Upgrade Project, and the Laney College Locker Room. You may recall that you just took action on the locker room project to approve that design build contract to move forward at one of your recent board meetings. I think it was last month. The central plant was actually approved back in December. There'll be another round of follow-up actions related to the central plant. This is what we call a progressive design build. So it's an evolution of the project as we take the project through design, and we set the price for the project as we progress through design. One of the larger projects in the capital program is the Berkeley City College Milvia Street expansion building. So the corner building on Milvia and Center Street. We've been working closely with the college through a selection process to select a design build entity that will be coming to the board at the next meeting, the last meeting of this month on April 27th for award of the Milvia Street design build contract. That's a $65.4 million commitment to move that project forward. Future procurements that we're continuing to work on is for the College of Alameda. It's a new science and administration building that's in an early planning stage where we're actually working with the college to size the building and the functions that'll be in that building. And a couple that are a little bit further out, the Berkeley City College Center Street reconfiguration. That's a succession project to the Berkeley City College Milvia Street project. It's actually a renovation of the current College Center campus, the Center Street campus building, actually, after the Milvia Street building is completed and staff is relocated to it. It's to basically reconfigure that building to have more lab space on the upper floors, as well as a reconfiguration of the building. And finally, for Merritt, there's a TI build out of the Barber-Leda Science Allied Health building. And that's still in its scoping phase to define which functions for the college will be in that building and housed in that complex. I would note that we are still kind of evaluating the use of design build for that project. One of the factors is the size of the renovation. That may actually change the delivery model, but I'll be reporting back to the board on that in a future meeting. Some of the things that we've been up to over the past year, you may recall that I had presented the bond spending plan, which was basically the 7-year path of how we're going to spend the Measure G bond funds, as well as the state matching funds. There's some EDA money and the balance of the Measure A funds. What I'll be doing in the future is starting to present additional updates to the bond spending plan. I look forward in the next couple of months to actually present an comprehensive update of the bond spending plan. Basically, we're going through a revised planning process with each of the colleges, where we're going through their 5-year construction plan, a part of our submittal to the state of the initial project and a final project proposal process. And that'll be coming forward to the board in July for approval, or June or July, for us to actually submit to the state chancellor's office. We've completed our master schedule, and we're continuing to update that, and along with the cash flow on a monthly basis. That's something that David and I work closely with, so we're constantly looking and anticipating when the next bond sale will have to be issued. We've established design standards that were approved by the board a couple meetings ago. We've stood up our program management information system, which drives all of our reporting, and we've established our program management procedures, basically how we process documents through our systems, how we hire and engage consultants and contractors, how we work with our construction management firms. There's a few program initiatives that we're also currently driving. One of the important ones is called a total cost of ownership. Back in 2016, the district had established a guideline document to evaluate the total cost of ownership of its capital projects. We have adopted that initiative, and we are actually updating that guideline document right now. For all the projects that are in the current capital program, we have established a total cost of ownership model. We're in the process of reviewing and updating the guideline in line with those updates, and we'll be presenting those through the shared governance process to the college facilities committees, as well as the district-wide facilities committee. We're also driving sustainability efforts. Back in 2018, there was a sustainability plan that was actually prepared for each college campus. We've reviewed that plan in line with the upcoming capital construction projects, and we've kind of identified what we think are the next steps related to implementing those plans in our capital projects. We'll also be presenting those initiatives to the college facilities committees and district-wide facility committees as well. And I believe probably at the end of June, and maybe in the June, one of the June board meetings, we'll be presenting kind of an update of our sustainability plan for the entire capital program to the board. We've also continued our engagement with our business outreach initiatives. Our bond website continues to be maintained and updated. I encourage you to still refer to that for ongoing snapshots of the capital program. It's also where we post our Citizens Oversight Committee for the bond information. And we also do a lot of outreach to the local business community. We work closely with district purchasing to actually pipe contractors, consultants through the vendor registry, which the district uses to actually solicit all its procurements. We've done a number of outreach meetings. In fact, President Reese, you had participated in a recent one that we did. I think that was back, was that last month? I think that was last month, actually. We actually outreached to a number of consultants and contractors for participating in the capital program. There were about 175, a little bit over 175 firms that were represented, or attendees that were represented in that meeting. It's where we actually start to align our opportunities for our projects with the consulting and contracting community. We also have stood up something called Peralta Academy, which is a curriculum of 9 courses intended to kind of level the playing field, if you will, for small businesses to actually participate in our capital program. We had a number of firms that actually completed 8 or more of those courses. I'd like to frankly recognize them here. It was Kali Chi Design Group, Powell and Partners Architects, ESK Associates Engineers and Laboratories, and a firm called High Performance Learning Environments. I'll note that Kali Chi Design Group and Powell and Partners Architects are both small local businesses per the district's small local business program criteria. We've also established a small business outreach plan, which includes a number of initiatives to really start to move the needle even more on our outreach to local businesses, but more importantly, start to bonus firms for actually participating in our procurements with the structured point system in our procurements for professional services. And of course, utilizing this district's current program that has a bid preference of 4 or 5% based on level of SLBE participation on an actual bid project for construction. This is a snapshot of the $115 million that were sold back in May and how they're budgeted and how they've been spent across each college and district-wide. We've spent roughly $37 million of the $115 million as of the end of February. And with that, that's partly how we spent, how we're spending the $115 million, but let me have Dave jump in here and speak to maybe the broader picture of the capital program moving forward.
Okay, fantastic. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Keith, and thanks to everybody. My name is Dave Olson. I work with Baxter, McCarley, and Berry. We're the municipal advisor on the bond program. And as people have seen, Keith and I present in the past, and we've been trying to report, on a quarterly basis here. Keith talks about the project side of things, and I talk about the money side of things. And I appreciate Keith's comments on us working cooperatively, because it's very important that we have enough money in the bank to do the projects that Keith is doing now, and to continue to build a program that we have the capacity to get money for the projects that Keith is planning for the future. And we want to have everything kind of fit a broader context here, where everyone recognizes that this $115 million of bonds we just sold, or the $800 million that the voters approved in November 2018, are only part of a much bigger program. In 2017, when we did the facilities master plan, there's a projection that we needed $2 billion for current projects. But we went for an $800 million bond because the strategy is that we want to build the bond program in such a way that we can continue to invest in the facilities over an extended period of time at a rate that's sustainable, and that's each program builds on the next. And so we are on our way through that program. And Keith, you want to move to the next slide? The pace of the program that we think is reasonable, and I think is a relatively conservative projection, is for about $100 million in expenditures per year. And so this slide shows a cash flow which demonstrates with the initial round of this, the Measure G, $800 million. We're spending that money a little more quickly than that. But this slide also suggests that we're wanting to supplement that money with monies in the next 4 to 6 years, so that we're overlapping the bond program, so that there's always future capacity that we know is going to be available, so that when Keith is planning his work, he can look out, not just over the next 2 years, but over the next 4, 6, 8 years, 10 years. And we're trying to look, when we design this program, over the next 20 years. And we're wanting to plan so that we're always spending money to renew our facilities and make sure that we're maintaining projects that we're building now, that we have funding to maintain those over a longer period of time. Next slide. So that was the first element, the kind of long-term concept. The second of the three elements I wanted to mention was this next series of bonds. As Keith said, we're spending through the $115 million that we borrowed last year. We're moving up to a pace where we might be spending $8 to $10 million a year, maybe faster than that. And so the timing for the next series of bonds is probably next fall. And with the size of our program, based on the tax base and the kind of program we're trying to build, we expect to be issuing bonds on either every year or every 2 years at the longest. And we want to build each of those series of bonds so that we have 2 to 3 years worth of expenditure. So we're always keeping close track of how quickly we're spending money and when we'll be able to, when we'll need to access the next round of funding, and that we're leaving room as we structure each issue so that there's capacity to continue issuing each series of bonds. So this summer, we're going to be doing a lot of the planning elements, thinking about how large the bond issue should be, what kind of debt service structure we need to have so it fits into the long-term strategy. and that by next August or September, we'll be coming to you with all the documentation to authorize the next sale of bonds, have money in the bank by October or November, and then move on to post-issuance compliance and implementation issues. So there's always something going on. The next page talks about it in context of kind of the ongoing bond management side of things, which is the third element I wanted to mention, the sustainability being the first, the next series of bonds being the second. But in terms of managing the bond program, Keith and I are talking with Etheria and the rest of your bond team every other week, and we're always rolling through a cycle of activities or answering some questions that are coming to us, or comparing notes on how quickly we're moving through the expenditure of proceeds. I think if you look at this, we filed a continuing disclosure report that's required under federal securities law last month. This month, we're going to be giving some thought to and making some proposals as to how we can use the bond proceeds in a way that supports the general fund, kind of efficiency of building management and issues like that, and certainly that it doesn't act as a drag on the general fund program over time. So that's what Keith and I and working with your bond team on is making sure this is a program that runs smoothly and that continues to be able to do the work over a long extended period of time. And our concept here is that by doing that, as we invest this $800 million, we're building a legacy of trust in the community that makes the public more likely to approve the next series of bonds as we're moving forward, because it's going to take a consistent effort in order to make this the strategic vision that we have of kind of ongoing and consistent investment over a period of time, something that works for the district. I'll throw it back to Keith.
Okay, I'm going to step through each college and district-wide and kind of talk through the status of the capital projects at each one. Let's start with College of Alameda. This is the new auto diesel technology building that's currently under design. This is a matrix format that shows the major capital projects, kind of indicating here what the next milestone in the sequence of the project is, and the life cycle of the project from its early planning stage through design, DSA, approval, bidding and award, and construction. As you can see here for the College of Alameda, we finished construction. We'll be coming to the board shortly for notice of completion, but we have a couple of outstanding packages that are underway. We've completed a procurement for an audiovisual package for technology for the building. We're also about to release an artwork package to do some artwork in the lobby of the building as well. These next three projects here, Auto Diesel Technologies, Aviation Complex Phase 2, are state funded. Phase 1 is an EDA funded project. You can see that these two projects here are in their final phases of design. They'll be moving towards DSA approval to go into that DSA review cycle. The Aviation Complex for Phase 2 is actually completing its RFP process right now. We'll plan to probably come to the board at the first meeting in May for approval of an architect to begin design on that project. And this is the new science admin building that I referenced a little bit earlier that is in the scoping phase, working with the college to define the spaces of the building. This is a kind of a mini snapshot of those major capital projects for College of Alameda. This is a format that you may recall from previous presentations. This is referenced as what we call a total project cost estimate. Again, as a reminder, this is the total cost of the project, including both hard construction costs as well as soft consultant and other fees costs. So this is the all-in cost for each of these capital projects. This is a representation of the timeline over the next few years of, based on this matrix here of blue is a procurement for a contractor or design build entity, orange is design, red is DSA, and construction is green. What this chart does that's a little bit different from ones you've seen before is it actually starts to outline the procurement strategy for each of these ongoing major capital projects. These here are listed the services, the different professional consulting services that we use for each capital project, as well as the contractor. In the cases where there's a check mark, it means that we've completed that procurement, that contract is in place and has been approved by the board and underway. If it's NA, obviously it's not applicable for that project. If there's a date reference, this is a calendar year, quarter, and year reference. That's when we're planning to release the RFP for that particular procurement. And in the cases where we have design build opportunities, which are designated here by this little acronym after the project name by DB versus design bid build, which is traditional delivery. But DB is, again, that single contract where we actually do a two-part procurement for an RFP to hire the designer and the contractor in a single contract. We often bundle some of these professional services in that same contract. So you can see that they're referenced here as DB as being included in that design build procurement. So this is a format that I'll follow through for each college campus, just to give a broad snapshot of what's progressing at each college. This is a snapshot which is duplication of what I had presented back, I think last time, Dave, you and I presented was in November back to the board, but it was based on financial information we had received from finance through September. So I've duplicated kind of this column here, which was reported back to the board previously, and I'm indicating since that time, from October through the end of February, where the expenditure has occurred, both for Measure G and for Measure A, and kind of what the cumulative spend to date is for each of these transactions. So this is just for your reference, but again, under the umbrella of being transparent to where the money's being spent, how we're spending the funds, I think this is an important document for me to show the board when I present, so you can see the progress being made, at least on the cost side, of where we're spending the bond funds from meeting to meeting. Next is Berkeley City College. This is a conceptual rendering of the new building that's on the corner of Center Street and Milvia. And again, we're planning to come forward to the board at the next meeting to award the design build contract. And that's a not to exceed contract. So you'll see that it's a $65.4 million contract. It has some set milestones in it. Be happy to present to the board additionally, even send the board correspondence if necessary to kind of outline the progressive format and what that means for the overall contract and the procurement process. But you can expect that at the next board meeting. Here's a snapshot of the procurements associated with that Milvia project, as well as the timeline. Again, you can see which things we've already procured and which things will be part of the design build contract, as well as future procurements that'll be coming out to execute that work for Berkeley. And here's a snapshot of the Berkeley finances of where we've been spending money since the last report that we made to the board. Next is Laney College. This is the new learning resource center, actually situated on the site. Snapshot of the capital projects ongoing there. So 4 major capital projects: the Laney locker room, which you may recall you recently approved the design build contractor. We just conducted the first meeting. They've been issued their notice to proceed. So that design build team is now working closely with the college in the programming phase to initiate design for the project. The central plant and cooling tower is currently under design. It's coming up to its 100% DD design development stage in its overall process. We have done an interim procurement for equipment for that project, and you'll likely see a future board action that'll tie back to that. This is a $12 million not to exceed design build contract. You may recall back in December, you had approved a $1.4 million startup for that project to start design. What we'll be doing is coming back with a resolution and a board item that'll actually ask the board for approval of the not to exceed $12 million allowance for that project. And that's all in line with the bond spending plan. The Learning Resource Center is the design bid build project that's currently in DSA review. It's one of the projects that's the furthest along in DSA right now. We're expecting to come into a back check process very shortly here. So in the next quarter or so, we'll be coming out of DSA. And the Laney Theater modernization is another project that is coming close to its 100% completion for design. So that'll be going into DSA very soon as well. And this is a snapshot of the schedule, the timeline for executing these major capital projects, as well as the ongoing procurements and the anticipated procurements and when they'll be released. This is a snapshot of the finances from the previous board meeting again, and what's been happening there. This is probably one of the more active campuses just because of the number of major capital projects that are ongoing with it. And many of them, again, are kind of all related to the Learning Resource Center. Frankly, the Central Plant Cooling Tower project is kind of a driver for the Learning Resource Center, as well as what you see here, 2 other projects, the Laney Locker Room and the East Bay Mud Water Line relocation project. Next is Merritt College. This is the Child Development Center. This project is probably the furthest along of any of the major capital projects. It's going through its back check process right now with DSA. So you can see that indicated here. It's at the tail end of its DSA approval cycle. We also have the horticulture building. We've just reviewed the 100% construction documents. We're doing intakes for DSA. We expect that to be taken into DSA in the month of May. And we are scoping out the TI work, which is the build out of the spaces in that Barbara Lee building again with Dr. Johnson and his team. And this is how we anticipate the rollout of the schedule and the procurements for those 3 projects at that college campus. And similar in format, the expenditures for Merritt. And this is just an accounting of district-wide, the expenses that are tracked against the district-wide account. There are a number of district-wide initiatives related to elevator upgrades, fire panel upgrades. There's some support fees in here, legal fees. We also have some of the district-wide functions related to administrative complex repairs, really the district administrative complex, and some ongoing projects that we're anticipating to do there, improvements on the main district headquarter building. We also have an IT spend here. You may recall that the bond spending plan includes a $10 million district-wide budget line item for district-wide IT expenses. And by the way, each college also has an IT line within it, which is really intended more for computer refreshes, kind of appropriate given the previous workshop presentation that you had at the beginning of this evening's meeting. As Dave had noted, we meet every other week. One of the things that we're updating on a monthly basis is the cash flow. It's based on the ongoing changes to the schedule and funding assumptions and contract commitments that we're making. This actually shows every funding source that we're anticipating that we'd be using for those bond projects. So you can see we designate the difference between Measure A and G, as well as state matching reimbursements. And the federal side, this is an EDA grant for the aviation project at the College of Alameda. But this is a document that we review closely with Dave and his team in our finance and facilities subcommittee meetings, so that we're constantly kind of evaluating kind of the next issuance and timing of the next issuance and sizing. One of the things that's really kind of driving evolution of the program right now is the 5-year construction plan, the 5-year capital outlay, that process of preparing initial project and final project proposals for the state chancellor's office for this year. There's a couple of discussions that we're having with a number of the colleges about kind of an evolution of their major capital program at each college. And we're actually anticipating perhaps even having to do an update to this 2017, which was approved in 2018, the Facilities Technology Master Plan, which was prepared a number of years ago. I think it'll probably all align back to what the final IPP and FPPs will be that are being submitted to the State Chancellor's Office this year, and ongoing kind of evolution of the college's educational master plans, and anticipated kind of evolution of education for the students of Peralta, frankly, given kind of the COVID environment and frankly, the evolution of education, right, in California. But these are all the kind of things that will factor into that document. We've completed a space utilization report for each college campus, And those are what are being evaluated to really size kind of the next round of projects that'll be submitted as initial and final project approvals to the state. I'd be remiss if I don't highlight program challenges. I think the board knows that I'm not shy about kind of saying what our challenges are as well. And right now, I think there are 4 before us related to our 6 state-funded projects. There's basically milestone approvals at different milestones from the initial planning phase to working drawing phase to DSA approval to release of the projects to go to bidding. And the state actually asks us to go through an approval process. Typically in the past, in years past, it's taken a couple of weeks to go from that approval process to get that approval to go to the next phase. We've been experiencing kind of an exponential delay related to the state providing that milestone release to us. In some cases, instead of a couple weeks, it's been 2 or 3 to 4 months. And so that has a schedule impact on our projects related to us being able to continue to drive them forward. So it's something that we're constantly in dialogue with the state, but a notable change really in what's been occurring, and whether it's COVID related, it's things probably related to the Department of Finance as well. But we're having ongoing discussions with the state to try to address what's going on with that. I think every college in California is frankly being impacted by the release of these milestone forms. They're called DF-14s. But it's notable that it's impacting our schedule related to execution of those state-funded projects. One of the other items that I had mentioned in our last board presentation was the adequacy of the infrastructure budgets. So overall in the bond spending plan, there's about $40 million allocated across the 4 colleges to address infrastructure needs, that basic backbone of each college campus. I think as we've continued to evaluate and prioritize the projects for each college campus, we're finding that there's a greater level of disrepair in some of that basic infrastructure to support the ongoing functions of the college campuses. So we're needing to reevaluate the amount of money that's allocated into those infrastructure lines, and frankly, the ability of that infrastructure to support the future capital spend at each project. That's why we're looking to engage, frankly, in a very robust discussion to really kind of evaluate the future projects in the bond spending plan and balance that out with kind of offsetting an additional spend for infrastructure. It may very well be that some of the current projects in the bond spending plan may not be able to be delivered because we have to spend a little bit more on infrastructure. But that's a thing that we're ongoing and reviewing right now. We'll probably be able to report that a little bit more transparency and visibility into what that process is after we go through the IPP and FPP process and we make our submittal to the state chancellor's office. Another impact to the capital program is just maintenance, repair, resources. I think it's not a surprise that there's been some challenges related to the amount of funding that's allocated to maintenance repairs. It's something that we're cognizant of on the capital project side. It's why I'm driving the total cost of ownership initiative right now, so that we can provide a lot of input back to the district. What does frankly the investment mean on the maintenance side for the district's future? So operationally, obviously there'll be some efficiencies related to energy usage as these buildings are being implemented and installed, and they're more efficient than the previous old buildings. But frankly, now there's new spaces to maintain, right? So the total cost of ownership analysis will, at the end of the day, provide kind of a barometer of what level of maintenance should be required for the district to continue to maintain these buildings moving forward. From everything from energy usage to custodial services to ongoing service contracts. So we look forward to presenting that in a future board meeting as well, the findings of that total analysis of the total cost of ownership. And finally, one of the other challenges, or it's really less of a challenge at this point, maybe more of a risk factor, is the impact of construction cost escalation. The current bond spending plan assumes a 5% escalation over time to the midpoint of construction of each capital project. I think it's no secret that over the past year, escalation's been relatively flat in the construction market, but with kind of the return to service, the return of the economy, we're beginning to see some impacts again with escalation going higher. So we'll have to keep our eye on that to see how that's going to impact our construction projects moving forward and decide at what point we might have to reassess the factor that we've included in our budgets for cost escalation for the capital projects moving forward. And finally, constant communications, critically important. We look forward to future presentations to the board on an ongoing basis. I'm happy to present to you as often as you want to hear from me of what's going on with the capital program. We present quarterly to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. We also make presentations to the district-wide facilities committee, and I try to hit every college facilities committee as well to provide them an update of what's going on. As it relates to the community, our bond website, again, is constantly updated. We're continually doing email blasts to the business community as well to encourage them to participate in our contract opportunities. And we started to do some community meetings. I recently presented to the West Alameda Business Association next to the College of Alameda about what we're doing on the neighboring campus. So we're looking forward to more engagement with the community, just so that they all know what we're doing related to spending the bond funds that they were so thoughtfully voted for and supported for the college district. And with that, I think that's my last slide. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, Keith. Very comprehensive. Exactly what we want. Is there an echo of some sort?
Am I echoing?
I think I'm the only
You're not
one.
echoing. There is a slight echo, yes. With
For me?
It's gone now.
Okay, good. Trustees, do we have questions for Keith or David? Trustee Bonilla.
Hi, so let me just thank all of you, beginning with Altheria and David, and of course, Keith, for this presentation. My question, I really don't have a question. I thought the presentation was very thorough, and it's completely appreciated. But food for thought for us as a board, especially related to some of the issues that Keith brought up around space utilization. I think it's a critical analysis, but it also brings to mind land utilization, right? Like, what are we using our land for? Especially as it relates to maintenance of facilities, in that we don't have revenue, or we're not generating revenue to maintain these brand new buildings or brand new infrastructure. And so as a board, we need to start thinking about, if you're spending $800 million in capital improvement, none of which has money to maintain these facilities into the foreseeable future because that money doesn't allow for it, we have to start thinking about, where are we generating alternative revenues to be able to maintain our facilities. Peralta is land rich and cash poor. That has been stated over and over and over again. So we just need to start thinking about what that means in terms of not just space utilization, but also in land use. So a land use analysis is likely something that this board should be thinking about in the very near future. And I just wanted to kind of raise that as just a point of awareness for all of us. And I know, David, you and I have talked about this a little bit in the past, and we haven't delved too deep into that, but I know it's a critical issue. And again, I just want to thank you all for this presentation.
Yeah, if I could say quickly, and you already said it, but I think that's something very important to move forward on.
I will say, I don't know if in theory you want to mention the highest and best use study.
I was going to mention that, Trustee Bonilla. We are going to come back to the board. There is a document that we're editing now. It is a study of our real estate, our land, and it is a highest and best use for us to discuss how we can better utilize our land, our space, and see how we can reinvest in Peralta.
Always reading my mind, Altheria. Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
It's coming.
Yes, we do want to take that through the shared governance process, right? So we basically completed a market kind of assessment of the district's properties, but we need to go through the shared governance process to kind of gain kind of ideas of what potentially those uses would be from the Peralta community, frankly, right?
Trustees who may have questions. So thank you, the three of you, again, for that very comprehensive presentation. And we will see you in a couple months for another update, hopefully. Okay, let us
Thank you.
move to, thank you. Let's move to the consent calendar. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
What we're missing item 4.7. Sorry.
Oh, remember oh, you're right, We pulled 4.6 and let us go to 4.7. First reading proposed board policies. We are moving at a snail's pace tonight. 4.7. Chancellor.
This is the first read of board policies revisions. Nothing really remarkable in any of them. Trustee Withrow, I recognized your question, and we have put that through our APBP revision process, and we will come back perhaps. The question has to do with whether or not we're going to think about communicable diseases in a different way other than tuberculosis. So, but this is a first read, nothing remarkable. It will come back to you for approval at another meeting. So we don't need to belabor this one. It's just information.
Move to approve.
I don't think we're approving. This
Don't
one's
need
just
to approve it. It's just information.
Right. Okay. So the consent calendar then. Now we'll move on to the consent calendar. Motion for the consent calendar. Withrow, second.
Second.
Point of clarification.
I'm sorry?
I have a point of clarification.
Sure.
In the chancellor's contract, there's a contract for Diablo Plumbing for $49,000, and then later on in the agenda, with Altheria, we're approving the contract for $49,000 for Diablo Plumbing. Is this? I think it might be redundant, but can we get a clarification as to what that is?
Trustee Jenkins, are you talking about items in the consent calendar that we should have pulled for questions?
One is in the consent calendar and one is in the action calendar, but it seems to be an identical item.
Okay.
So under the
numbers.
Which action item is it? Because we may need to think about which action item?
The action item.
Is it 9.2?
Sorry, which item? What was the item number on the agenda?
I'm trying to figure that out right now. We're waiting for.
Oh no, they're both consent. Okay. One is 7.2, and then it's underneath the chancellor's contracts as well.
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by underneath the chancellor's contract.
I understand. He's saying on the ratification on 5.1, he's saying that the ratification on 5.1 includes a ratification that is similar to or exactly like 7.2. That's what you're saying, Trustee Jenkins, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Let me take a look here. Atheria Smith, is there anything, any idea that you might add here? What is the procedure? I don't know what the procedure is in this situation. Let me ask President Reese to help us.
Right, and I may have to go to legal for this because we are in the consent and we didn't pull this. Clarification questions.
They are the same item.
for building D, it is the same item. I'm sorry.
Okay, so there should be no, I mean, let's ask legal if there's any issue with it remaining, because they're both in consent. One is just pulled out for a ratification. One is included as a ratification, and then one is for a direct approval. You're on mute.
Thank you, Chancellor. Sorry about that. I think that it's perfectly fine to consider the item as 7.2 in the consent agenda. And then we just need to make sure that we don't double pay them. And so we could amend 5.2 to remove them from that list in the adoption of that item.
Okay.
So I would recommend pulling 5. I don't want to get the number wrong.
5.1.
5.1. So President Reese, I would recommend pulling 5.1 to make it an action item. And when we consider that item, we will amend the list to delete Diablo Plumbing from it. And then you should go ahead and approve the contract as it is in the consent agenda.
Okay, so procedurally, we are voting on the consent now. So should we?
So any trustee can pull any trustee can pull 5.1.
Trustee Jenkins? Thank you for catching that.
I'd like
Go
to
ahead.
put 5.1.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. And now you can go forward with the vote on consent, and then we can consider 5.1.
Okay, roll call, please. Clerk.
Student trustee Urani,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so now we are in action, but let us consider 5.1 as our action item, as our first action item.
Yes, and if a trustee would like to consider a motion to approve 5.1 with the change of deleting Diablo Plumbing from the list, that would be a terrific motion.
I'd like to approve the 5.1 with the exception of the Diablo Plumbing contract.
Second.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Withrow? I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Oh, do we have a discussion here, Trustee Bonilla? Is this a discussion?
Yes,
Is
I
your-
have a question. So this is a bit confusing because this item is a ratification telling the board that these contracts have already been paid. So the question is, when we ratify this item, it's because these amounts have already been administratively paid. So although we just removed it, the question still remains, have we already paid them? Because that's what this document is telling us.
Excuse me, trustee Bonilla, if I can answer that.
Yes.
No, we have not already paid them. We have not moved forward on this work. It was to come to the board for approval. The mistake was made that it was listed under this ratification for 5.1. That was a mistake.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
That's helpful.
Okay, now I believe we can get a roll call.
Student trustee Urani,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Kevin, or thank you, Trustee Jenkins, for seeing that. All right, let us move on to 9.1.
I'd like to make a math motion.
Yes,
Can
motion
we-
for.
can we move items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, and 9.5?
Second.
Because 9.2 and 9.3 are resolutions, do we need to do anything special with that at all with those two items, Natasha, or are they good to be collapsed?
Well, let me take a quick look at the two resolutions just to confirm whether they have a higher voting requirement. But on 9.5, which is the item number that is the Chancellor's contract, that one we do have a statement that has to be read before the board can consider that vote. And then it can be included in a group vote as Trustee Jenkins motioned, but give me just a moment to take a quick look at the resolution.
Through the chair, while Natasha is checking on that, I'm just a little confused, so you have to forgive me. Did we vote on the consent calendar?
Yes. We did.
We did. Okay, thank you.
We did, right, Sasha?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oy. Vey. Okay. And again, we're completely out of order here, but Natasha, as you were looking at 9.1, Trustee Withrow, Trustee Gonzalez UN, I don't think that your recommendation for 9.1 is on here.
Why don't I make a motion separately on 9.1?
Yeah,
if I might.
Yeah. Sorry,
So-
just to address, before you go forward, just to address Trustee Jenkins' request for the group motion, there are a few complexities in these items. Like 9.1 actually can't be done without discussion, and 9.5 needs the statement. The resolution items do seem fine, but I understand from staff that 9.2 actually needs to be pulled and brought back to the next. It needs a little bit of clarification on some of the items, and so that one needs to be brought back to you for the next board meeting. So I would recommend taking them in order. Sorry, I know you were trying to help all of us get out of here, and I really appreciate you.
Fabulous time-saving vehicle here. Trustee Jenkins, would you mind if I asked you to withdraw your motion so we could just deal with these in order?
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. President Apliavella-Reese, may I deal with 9.1?
Please deal with 9.1.
Thank you. As people may understand, item 9.1 is the CCT, is the California Community College Trustees Board elections. Some people may know that our own president, Cindy Napoli-Bella-Reese, is running. And so she basically took herself out of the process of trying to figure out, like, how shall we vote? And she asked me to consult with board members who've been active in the league. And so I consulted with Trustee Withrow and Trustee Handy. And between the two of them and myself, I would like to make the following motion to have us vote for 7 candidates on this list. And Bill, I realize this is different than what you and I discussed, but after talking to Trustee Handy, she had additional recommendations. So I'm going to put forward a list and then we can talk about it if need be. So just wanted to explain by background. So the list that we have collectively put together is, if you look at the candidate list on the item, it's Yvette Davis from Glendale Community College, Gregory Pensa. So that was number 1. Number 6, Gregory Pensa from Allen Hancock Community College, Cindy Napoli Bella-Reese, then also Barbara Calhoun from Compton Community College, Nan Gomez Heitzberg from Kern, Michelle Jenkins from Santa Clarita, and then finally Deborah Ikeda from State Center. And I believe that is 7. So that's that's numbers 1, 6, 10, 12, 13, 16, 18 on the list. And so I'm going to move that list and ask for board's support. Great, thank you. Sorry it took so long to get that out. So we have a motion and a second. We just need a vote now.
So, Sasha, roll call, please.
Hello.
Sorry, who was the second? I didn't hear who the second was. I'm sorry.
Handy.
Oh, thank you. Student trustee Uroni,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
No.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bella-Reese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now let's go to 9.2. 9.2, are we pulling 9.2?
Yes, staff would like to pull 9.2 and have this re-agendized, please.
Okay, so let us move on to 9.3. Okay, 9.3. Consider approval of resolution 20/2117 authorizing election under the public contract code. The contract code sections 20101 and 20621.5 to adopt a contractor and subcontractor pre-qualification process for the district's public works contracts.
Move to approve.
Trustee Jenkins, may I have a second?
I'm sorry, we are on item
9.3.
9.3. I'll second that.
Okay, second by trustee Gonzalez Yuen. Discussion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Uroni,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bella-Reese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, let's move on to 9.4. Consider approval of the attached memorandum of understanding of the district.
Move
and
approval.
Second.
Discussion? All right, let us do roll call.
Student
Just
trustee
a
Uroni,
quick comment.
I'm sorry, was there a comment?
Yes.
My apologies.
So I just want to call this item out as an extraordinary moment. About 30 years ago, I joined the California Part-Time Faculty Association with the idea being that part-timers really needed quite a bit more support than they were getting. And historically in the system, the only way we've functioned as a system is through massive exploitation of part-time labor. Our district, about 2 years ago, our board, in cooperation with the people who work here, made a concerted effort to figure out how we could eliminate the permanent second-class status of part-time faculty members. And in the adoption of this MOU, we have really come full circle to fulfill a promise that we would endeavor to treat all workers in our district with respect, whether they were full-time or part-time. It's a complicated issue, but at the end of the day, it wasn't nearly as complicated as we were told it was going to be. And it wasn't nearly as expensive as we were told it was going to be. I'm hoping that this resolution here really sets tone for the rest of the state. It's time we really stopped riding on the backs of part-time workers. So I'm really proud of this district and of our administration and of our board, and most importantly, of our labor unions that really fought for this. All of us in this together fought for this and made this happen. And I think we can really be proud as a district for taking the lead in this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Urani,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins, trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Heck yeah.
trustee Napolia Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, let us, oh, I just lost my board agenda. That was in front of me here. Now we are at 9. Oh, how could I forget this? 9.5, consider approval of the employment agreement with Dr. Jeanette Jackson.
Move approval.
Second.
Oh, sorry. President, don't forget, I still need to read the script for.
Yes, Sasha, sorry, please read the script.
Okay. Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that before taking final action, the board must orally report a summary of the recommendation regarding the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive. Therefore, we are making the following summary regarding this item. Item 9.5 pertains to final action by the board regarding the recommendation to approve the contract of employment for the interim chancellor beginning April 15th, 2021. Dr. Janet Jackson at an annualized salary of $350,000. Okay, now you can make the motion.
Thank you. Can we have our two trustees make the motion again and second?
Move.
Trustee Withrow,
Second.
trustee Bonilla, discussion. All right, roll call, please.
Student trustee Urani,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. And Dr. Jackson, would you like to take a few minutes to just say something again? I know I had you do it at the beginning as well.
I'm going to say something very quickly. We started out very alert, and now we're kind of, I feel the energy is sort of draining, but I would like to thank the board for its support, and also as I endeavor to guide us through this next transition period. And for all of those individuals that have reached out to me to congratulate me or to welcome me back, I feel like it's a little bit of homecoming. But just like a marriage, you know, the honeymoon doesn't last forever. And I know that the real work is going to start soon. So I'm ready to, you know, push up my sleeves, get a little dirty, and get out there and get going. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's move on to the board reports. Trustees, do we have any board reports? Nikki, trustee Gonzalez Ewan.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Trustee Diana Delphine Polk.
I just want to, I'll keep it brief because I know we've been on this meeting for a while and it's kind of late, but I just wanted to give my own thanks to Dr. Carla Walter. As my first chancellor, I really appreciate everything that you've done for our district and for our board and students and faculty and staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Jenkins.
None for me, thank you.
Trustee Handy.
No.
Trustee Withrow.
I'd just like to second the comment on Carla Walter, our Chancellor. Thank you very much for the time, effort, and energy that you put into the operation here in a very difficult period of time. Much appreciated.
Yes. Trustee Bonilla.
Yes, I'd like to echo those sentiments, Dr. Walter. Thank you for your service to the district, and I definitely wish you well as you move on to your next endeavor. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Jackson.
Thank you.
And then I will do the same. I will also echo that sentiment. I'm sure when you applied as Vice Chancellor of Finance quite a ways ago, you had no idea that you would end up in this position. Thank you for taking care of the district. Thank you for leading us during the most difficult of times. And thank you really for only spending a little while actually at the district, because most of your tenure was virtual during COVID. Is that not correct? Right. So thank you, Dr. Walter. And I do hope that you, I wish you the best wherever you decide to go.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your comments and your kind words. Thank you.
With that, let us adjourn. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.
A few
announcements.
No.
Sorry, I'll try not to read the phone book. First of all, open enrollments for summer and fall semester. Semesters begin April 26th, and class schedules and for summer and fall are posted on the Peralta website. Priority enrollment for current students has already begun. Current students can find their enrollment appointment dates in the Campus Solutions, formerly known as the Passport, under academic record. The next board meeting is April 27th. And for all of our brothers and sisters who celebrate Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen. Okay, with that, good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you all.